wants to
Call this meeting to order.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call?
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance? Here. Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant? Ms. Domboski?
Present.
Mr. Dyson? Chair Dunbar, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Would Ethan and Stephen from Troop 229, would you come forward and please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, guys. Minutes of previous meetings, there are none. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
I believe there's some folks who would like to use my time.
Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, I'm Beth Nordland, Executive Director of the Anchorage Park Foundation, and
Josh Duran, Park Superintendent.
we represent your public-private partnership for the park system today. We work together to mobilize funds and public support for parks and trails all over Anchorage. And we like to give you a little report every year to give you an idea of what's on our plate for the summer and what we've accomplished over the year. In front of you, you have a big handout that talks a little bit about dollars raised and projects and things that are in the fundraising pipeline. And you also have some small postcards that have all of the inclusive playgrounds on them. And if you turn that over, it shows an address for each one. So I've been carrying these around and handing them out to people. They're very handy to let people know where to go and what to do for fun. So, in summary, we have about 26 projects that'll be happening in summer 2018, and we have improved 166 parks to date of our 226 parks. So we've got a lot done, and we're never going to run out of work. That's our plan. You can see how much we've raised in private dollars, volunteer time, Rasmussen Foundation grants, state grants, and federal grants. Those dollars add up to $38.8 million for Anchorage Parks and Trails. And another $37.1 million in park and trail investments have occurred in the bonds, and we've been more successful each year with passing those bonds with your constituents' support. The big project we're raising money for right now is Taku Lake Park. That'll be an inclusive playground, and we hope to break ground on that in 2019. But it is a playground that was burned to the ground, I think, 5 years ago in an arson, and the design is. We have a master plan, so we'll start working on the design in the fall. On the left-hand side of your handout, you can see what all of the fix-its and celebrations are that we have. This summer, we've started to do some inclusive playground play dates with all of our inclusive playground partners. Those are really fun. I suggest you get out and get to one, and get out and roll up your sleeves and get some work done in parks with your neighbors. And then if you want to turn over the page and look at the map, you can see what the projects are specifically, and maybe can even tell which ones are in your neighborhood for this summer. We've got 5 inclusive playgrounds under construction this summer. That's Chugach Foothills, Fairview Recreation Center, which will be the first indoor inclusive playground, so go Fairview. Frontierland Park, that's right on the park strip. Jewel Lake Park is getting a brand new playground. And then Whisper Faith Kovach Park, that'll probably be the first one that gets done this year. It is, I believe the dog park is just about ready for opening, and we'll be installing a playground this summer. We're very excited about that. Several projects with youth employment and parks are underway. Got a couple neighborhood park fix-its, including Chugach Foothills on August the 18th. That'll be a really fun one to get to. Many challenge grants are underway. Hopefully some of you have great relationships with some of these volunteer projects, challenge grants in your neighborhood. Several trail projects, a couple of others that fall in the other category, including the cemetery bell tower. So we're working on that. And you want to say a few words?
I'd just like to express our department's thanks for having a partnership with Anchorage Park Foundation. They add a significant capacity to our department as it relates to capital improvements. They help us with their volunteer programs. They help us create future stewards of our park, and it's a really good relationship that I think should continue to nurture our community at large.
Thank you, Josh. And Beth, we have a question from Mr. Trainey.
Beth, how many kids are you going to employ this summer? I know you guys usually hire kids, and I hear a lot of kids that want to do this. So how many are you going to put to work this summer?
21 are crew members, 4 senior crew members, and then some others that are in charge. Field educator.
Good. On that Whisper Faith Kovach Park, would you please look at that road that goes right by there, because the state is putting that under the highway, and I want to make sure the people know they need to reduce their speed. I'm just concerned because you have residential on one side of the street and then have commercial under the highway on the other side. I just don't want, make sure they know that kids are there, if you would, please.
When we were doing public involvement for this project, I was at community council meetings where they were presenting about this very thing, but yes, we'll keep
The
that
state
in mind.
didn't ask because they just put the roadway in, and that's going to really open up that neighborhood to a lot of traffic because it'll bypass going to Dowler and going to Trudy. You could just shoot right down to get on the old Seward. So I just want to make sure the public knows that they slow down by that park. I don't want somebody else taken out. So thank you, guys. Appreciate all your effort in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trainey. So obviously I'm a little biased because I serve on the Parks Foundation board, but I want to say thank you both for the work you do. I know the parks are among our most precious public assets, and it's something we get comments on all the time, at least in my district, I think in all of our districts. But there are no further questions, so thank you both very much for coming.
Thank you, and I would invite you, I'll be in touch with each of you for events that you can attend this summer and stay in touch with you. But I would invite you, if any of you are interested in diving a little deeper on inclusive playgrounds or even trails issues, give me a call, send me an email, and we can get you as much information as you need.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next on the agenda is the chair's report. So I have a brief report tonight. The process for filling Assembly Seat E vacated by Mr. Steele is proceeding as outlined in AR 2018-180 as amended. The position was advertised and the application period closed yesterday, June 25th, 2018. The municipal clerk is to verify if each applicant is qualified to hold the seat in Assembly District 3 and has until June 29th, Friday, to complete that review. In the meantime, I'm pleased to recognize the persons who have applied and qualified so far and thank each of them for their efforts and willingness to serve. Those people are Nick Danger, Dustin Darden, Jim Kubitz, Ira Perman, Eric Peterson, David Darden, and John P. Schultz. That was in the order they applied. We have one more applicant the clerk is currently working with on their residency issues. So next, the municipal clerk will inform us by June 29th of all determinations of qualified applicants. There's a process required by law in our code for any person to challenge an applicant's qualifications, and those challenges are due by July 5th, Thursday. If a challenge is filed, the time frame to resolve it requires our special meeting to vote for the appointment to be on July 12th on Thursday, as set in the resolution that we passed. However, if we do not receive any challenges, my intention as chair is to set a special meeting for July 10th and have a vote on the appointment at that time so that we can get this person seated a little bit faster and hopefully get them rolling. So that is my chair's report. We'll now do committee reports, starting with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thank you. So the Community and Economic Development Committee is doing some interesting things, if you like minutia. On July 12th, we'll take a broad look at the various tools that we have used and may use to kind of deal with some of the negative fallout from liquor stores. We applied some recently to Brown Jugs in Mountain View and in Midtown, and there's some interest in looking at maybe doing things area-wide and just to level the playing field with the ones that we've been adding restrictions to because of kind of outlying problems. And we are also continuing to look. There's a subcommittee with Assembly Members Domboski and Constant looking at the definition of athletic fields, which seems easy, but it's not. We also had last week, as part of our meeting, a kind of discussion about some of the problems with bar break at the 500 block of West 3rd Avenue, and it was very educational kind of issues that the neighbors there were dealing with. And a little bit off of the committee, but I just want to, I think we've all been getting emails regarding bears in Anchorage and the problems that we've been having, and there were several shot, and it seems like there's quite a few in town. And I think we would recommend that we do that as perhaps have a work session on it or something, because I think we're afraid we'll trip over ourselves doing some things. I've submitted or asked Dean to write up a couple ordinances regarding bear cans and also possibly bringing state regulations into municipal code just as a starting point. But I think we should have a work session to kind of get on to common ground and not open meeting laws on this. It's a very important issue we need to start dealing actively with.
Yeah, I agree. I'm willing to hold a work session. I think we should do it not next week, but the following week after the July 4th break would be my intention. And thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week we held a joint Public Safety and Homelessness Committee meeting. We previewed the update of the community plan to end homelessness, which will be released next month. So at the next month's committee meeting, we'll have a more detailed look at that plan. We reviewed AO 2018-53, which is on the agenda later today, regarding zone-based abatement. And then we had a good presentation by Stephanie Rhodes and Larry Michael, in which they presented and talked about some of their concerns and presented a 12-point plan, which we will look at again at next month's committee meeting. One last thing, there is a follow-up homelessness committee meeting tomorrow from 11 to 12 to go over the one item we didn't get time to address regarding the homeless advocate, and talking about how we can organize the one part of the community that right now doesn't have a strong voice at the table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The audit committee hasn't met yet since the last meeting Mr. Dyson had. I wanted to let members know that we should receive an audit report next week on non-APD AFD take-home vehicles, and depending on the findings in that report, we may want to schedule a meeting to review. And I just wanted to add to Mr. Weddleton's point about a work session regarding bears, that in addition to the reports we've been getting on email, there's a lot going on in social media, and I would encourage folks to report bear activity to Fish and Game, because chronic bear activity is tracked by being able to tie it to specific bears, and that number is 907-267-2257.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
The Legislative Committee, I sent out an email to members asking for ideas just to sort of set the agenda. As the members know, we can't and shouldn't converse by email because of the respect for the Open Meetings Act, but you giving things to put on the agenda and then we discussing them in open session is appropriate. And any of you who have those, I'd appreciate it so we can make that meeting as productive as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting this coming Friday at our election centers located at 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. The meeting will be starting at noon. It's going to be lasting about an hour and a half. We seem to have a lengthy agenda this time. We're going to be discussing getting an update as to preparations for our special election coming up to replace Mr. Steele. And we're continuing to work on improvements and suggested improvements to our vote-by-mail system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm going to take a moment to discuss a personal Public Safety Committee moment. This afternoon was an extraordinary one. I'm going on vacation at the end of the week down to San Francisco, and I've organized one day on my trip to visit the emergency services of San Francisco to see how they deal with the homeless issue. And so I was scheduled to meet with one of the fire chiefs today around 2:30 to just have a conversation about what's important. So I get to Firehouse 1 and my phone rang. And it was my former neighbor saying, "My house is being burglarized. Can you call 911 and go see?" And so I immediately drove that way and wanted to verify there was someone there before I called EMS. I called 911 because there was, in fact, an individual burglarizing their property or stealing from them. Clearly kind of an added street level person. I watched and waited for the police to arrive. I finally had to intervene because he was about to walk off with their kid's wagon full of their property, and stopped him at the property line and said, "You can't leave with that property." At which point APD came from both directions. They immediately took this man into custody and did their due diligence to verify the situation. And while I was helping the officer and communicating between my friend in Missouri and the neighbor who filmed all of this happening, they were processing him and said, "Well, there's not much we can do, we'll arrest him." So 15 minutes later, I was done processing paper, showing the photographs and getting everything in order with the officer, and I departed, and I was heading to Firehouse 1 to meet with the fire chief because I didn't get a chance because I had to go deal with this burglary. And I watched the man who performed the burglary walk away with his shopping cart. So he was arrested, cited, and released immediately before I could even spend 15 minutes to give the full story to APD. So then I got back to the firehouse and actually moved the location of the meeting with the fire chief. We went to have coffee. Then I asked him actually if we could go for a ride in his car and to go visit the scene where this thing just happened. And then as soon as I got in the car, the red lights start flashing, and there was a code. Somebody had a heart attack at a doctor's office. And suddenly I found myself at my very doctor's office witnessing a person who was functionally dead, and AFD performed a miracle in front of my eyes and brought that woman back to life and got her to the hospital. And I've had quite a public safety experience today, and Anchorage is rad. We can still work on the public safety stuff, but APD was there when the man wielded his brick at me. So that's my afternoon. I'm looking forward to a kind of sedate meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Stemboski.
No report.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
No report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. At this time, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items?
Move we incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table item.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing opposition, that is incorporated. Mr. Vice Chair, could you please read the items into the agenda?
Yeah, item 9A2, resolution number AR 2018-198, a resolution recognizing Dave Fisher for outstanding volunteer leadership to the municipality of Anchorage and for his contribution to the health and well-being of its residents, proclaiming him honorary race director for the Alaska Men's Run. Item 9C4, Memorandum AM 435, 2018, recommendation of award to Annette's Trucking, Inc., ATI, to provide construction of the Crawford Street area drainage improvement projects. Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum AM 436, 2018, cooperative purchase from Braun Northwest, Inc., NW anyway, Inc., for two 2018 Ram 4500 4x4 ambulances for the municipality of Anchorage. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 437, cooperative purchase from Shaw Industries, Inc., for the purchase and installation of 12,100 square feet of carpet and flooring at the Anchorage Senior Center. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 438, 2018, Amendment Number 3 to the Professional Services Contract Number 2017-000293 with CRW LLC to provide professional engineering services for capital improvement projects for the municipality of Anchorage Merrill Field. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 439, 2018, Change Order Number 9 to Purchase Order 2017-000371 to Questica, Inc., for annual maintenance and support for software for the Municipality of Anchorage Office of Management and Budget. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 440, 2018, Chugiak, Birchwood, Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Board of Supervisors appointments, Jose Vicente, Jason Hemphill, and Charles Homan II. Assembly Memorandum AM 441, 2018, Library Advisory Board appointments, Jamie Lang and Nancy Hemsath. Item 14K1, Resolution Number AR 2018-186S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly rendering a decision following a public hearing for the Assembly-initiated review and review of applicants' request for modification of the limited alcohol beverages conditional use permit with special conditions for a restaurant eating place approved by AR 2015-261S as amended for AK Alchemist, LLC, doing business as AK Alchemist, holder of liquor license number 5367, located at 103 East 4th Avenue. Ordinance number AO 2018-53S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 1520.020, regarding abatement of illegal campsites as public nuisances by 1, adding a zone-based abatement, and 2, clarifying the appeals process. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 407, 2018A, and the single laid it on the table item regards the resolution of the Anchorage Assembly AM 63, 2018 on AK Alchemist, and it provides additional backup information from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. At this time, I'll go down and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. We'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
9A2 to read it, 9B6, and 9 Delta 2.
You made the motion. I seconded it.
Unanimous consent.
Do you have unanimous consent on combining them? Okay. I didn't hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
Move item 9D2.
Pull item.
Pull item 9D2.
I believe John already pulled it, actually.
Okay.
Is that all, Mr. Croft?
Well, did you want me to move up 12C in the order, or we can do that later? But that's not a pull, that's to move it up on public testimony. Do that.
Oh, I believe we can do that when we come to it.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Trainee.
Nothing.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Item 97, please.
9 Delta 7.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Naboski.
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson.
9A1.
9 Alpha 1. Okay. So I have 9 Alpha 1 by Mr. Dyson, 9 Alpha 2 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Bravo 6 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Delta 2 by Mr. Weddleton, 9 Delta 7 by Mr. Constant. Are there any other items? Okay. Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
Move to approve.
All right. Let's take a vote on the balance of the consent agenda. That passes unanimously. All right. We are now to 9 Alpha 1. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until our meeting of 17 July.
Second.
Are they not here? Is that the issue?
Yeah, they're not available, and
Okay.
so they will be then.
Okay. All right. Ask for unanimous consent to postpone. Any opposition to that? Okay, that item is postponed until our next meeting. We are now to 9 Alpha 2. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay. Ask for unanimous consent. Seeing opposition, that is approved. Who is reading?
I am.
Great.
A resolution recognizing Dave Fisher for outstanding volunteer leadership to the municipality of Anchorage and for his contribution to the health and well-being of its residents, proclaiming him honorary race director for the Alaska Men's Run. Whereas Dave Fisher, a longtime resident of the municipality of Anchorage, has volunteered as race director for the Alaska Men's Run in Anchorage for over 2 decades. And whereas the Alaska Men's Run contributes to the health and well-being of Alaskan men by raising funds for education, health awareness, and early detection of cancer, while offering financial assistance to Alaska men undergoing prostate and testicular cancer treatment to improve their access to care and health outcomes. And whereas Mr. Fisher's work with the Us Too Cancer Support Group in Anchorage has provided education and extended support to men and their families for over 2 decades. And whereas Mr. Fisher, a 12-time marathon runner, has served as a positive role model for the Anchorage running community, and his dedicated leadership, passion for running, and enthusiasm as the Alaska Men's Run race director has been contagious. And whereas thousands of runners and walkers have enjoyed participating each summer on the municipality of Anchorage trails by taking part in the Alaska Men's Run, a tribute to the vision, hard work, and commitment of Dave Fisher. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Dave Fisher for his 2 decades of volunteer service as honorary race director for the Alaska Men's Run, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of June, 2018.
So my name is Kirk Fisher. I'm Dave Fisher's son. He couldn't be here today, so on his behalf, I just want to say this is an honor. He'll be very honored. It's been a big part of his life, but he's had a lot of support over the years from folks like these behind me. So if you like to run or like to walk, he would say come out and support us. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Could you again give us a little more details about the event that's upcoming, please?
Hi, my name is Tristan Walsh, and I'm one of the co-chairs for this year's race. We've got a brand new committee coming in this year, and Mr. Fisher we are following some giant footsteps here. He's did a lot for this race. So it'll be coming up here on July 7th, Saturday. Registration opens at 8:30, and the race is at 10. It's a 5-mile run with a 2-mile walk. Walkers, bikers, they're all welcome, and it'll be a great day here in Anchorage. You can also find ways to donate and to sign up online for the race at AlaskaMen'sRun.com. And we've also got our shirt here we're going to present to Dave, so we'll give it to his son here.
This was for Dave, this shirt. This is this year's shirts. So we hope all of you will be wearing one on July 7th. Thank you. And that's for Dave. All right.
Thank you so much. And we also have some save the date cards for you folks that we can leave with the clerks. So thank you.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Did you want to say something, Mr. Constant?
I just think that before we head into the heavier parts of the agenda, if we're going to do this, is it 12, item 12, the C-SPAN thing?
Oh, I think the intention is to do that just before the other of those speakers, but we'll get through our agenda first. So we are now to item 9 Bravo 6. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Discussion on this item. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, you know, I pulled it in. I think it's wonderful, actually, and that's why I pulled it. It is amazing to me and we'll see a little bit later the amount of people who contribute money, cash, for various things that we do in Anchorage. And this Virginia Perry Award, I got a little summary from the city. She passed away in 1999 and left her $200,000 IRA to the Anchorage Library Foundation. I mean, that is just amazing that people do that. And not stopping there, they gave a little more information. Looks like we got $9 million from Janet and John Getz for the downtown library, $350,000 from Alfred Hanisch, most for the Lusac Library renovation, $85,000 from Joan McKinnon in 2011. And these were all people who are working class people who are just really good at saving and not super wealthy people. So it really is impressive. It says a lot for Anchorage and a lot for our libraries that it attracts that kind of donors where they see the value in that. So anyway, I just pulled it just to make those points. It really is a wonderful thing to see.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote. That motion passes unanimously. We are now on item 9 Delta 2, Assembly Memorandum number AM 426, 2018, Executive Appointment of Ms. Jamie Acton. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
I wonder if we could, I'd like to move to have a work session on this at a date we decide.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on...
When do you have the work session, sir?
Yeah, when would the work session be?
I think soon, because it would be an issue for the administration. It could be late this week or next. I think now. The reason for a work session is we've gotten, which is very unusual, for this appointment, quite a few emails and concern over it. We're not set up for a public hearing. People would like to speak, and if we have a work session soon, then they'd have time to speak on this issue, the appointment, and I think a lot of them stray into just general people mover issues, which are important, because this is the director of people mover.
So I think I need to clarify here. So you're not actually moving for a work session. What you'd be doing is moving to postpone to give us the time to have a work session. Is that right?
That sounds perfect.
Was that what you were in the queue for, Ms. Domboski? Sure. So the motion moved and seconded is to postpone this till the next meeting.
To allow us to have a work
session. To allow us to have a work
okay,
session.
Yeah.
And if that passes, let me be clear, I don't think I intend to vote for it, but if it does pass, I will hold that work session.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Domboski, do you still want to be in the queue?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very unusual for us to appoint a department head that has not been vetted, especially without a confirmation hearing. It's my understanding that there was one scheduled, but it was canceled. And to me, this is absolutely a failure of your assembly, because the balance of power is supposed to be separate but equal branches. And when it's clear the leadership of the assembly is protecting a pick of the mayors from real vetting, it's concerning. Whether this candidate is a good candidate or not, I think the substance and the numerous emails that we've all received, I think it deserves an actual official confirmation hearing. I'll move I'll second Mr. Weddleton's action to move for at least a work session on this. I've already indicated to the chair that I will be out of town on the 5th and 6th, so I hope you don't pick those days. If you do, I will move heaven and earth to call in, but it's important. The job of putting people as department heads is not one that I take lightly. I've never voted against one before. I tend to allow administrations to have the maximum flexibility. But in a moment where there might be an appointment that the public believes is egregious, it deserves a second look. And so from that perspective, if this moves forward tonight, I will be a no vote. I believe it's in the public's best interest to vet every candidate who is a department head. We just did it with Chief Hetrick, and she satisfied my concerns about my community. And the fact of the matter is that opportunity has not been given to Ms. Acton, which I think she deserves that. And without that, I think it's a disservice to her as a potential department head. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I see it differently. I'm not working to protect anyone's interests per se other than ours. I know that there was an opportunity discussed about the possibility of having a hearing, but we actually can have and should have that confirmation hearing now, in my opinion. And to Mr. Weddleton's point that if we have a work session, that will allow the public to testify, I would suggest that, in fact, the process for appointment doesn't involve a public hearing, and it doesn't by design, and that if we were to allow the public to come up and testify on every one of those things, we have the power to do that, but it certainly would set a precedent where that could become the expectation. And I would offer that the public's voice in the confirmation is actually the election of a mayor, and that it's our job to then take the next step and ask the tough questions. And the public has had a right to send emails and communicate, and we've heard from a number of them organized by one individual who we all know. And it just seems to me that we have the opportunity to hear Ms. Acton right now, and that can serve as a confirmation hearing, in my opinion. And I have worked with her, and I can speak to the merits of that through the AMATS board and that stuff if we come to the question. But for me, I would like to hear this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, much the same as Mr. Constant. I sent out to Ms. Acton 5 questions, with the first and maybe most important one being why her education and qualifications qualified her for the job. She has been 9 years with public transportation in various capacities. And my goal was to have those answered. She's given written answers to all of you, and then ask the big one, if you will, or anyone that were wanted. We've had confirmation hearings where people are asked 2 questions and everybody says how nice they are. And it did seem to me this would be much more efficient, get her in the job and going, than scheduling an entire meeting for what has traditionally been pretty light on the questioning. So I continue to think that's a better approach. To say, as Ms. Domboski did, that she knows some nefarious reason for it, I find offensive and unwarranted and without any basis. That is what I did. You have her answers in front of you, and it can serve all of the purposes and even more for her to answer it here. So I think postponing is inappropriate, and certainly guessing inaccurately about somebody's motives is inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm rethinking the point I was going to make based on what Mr. Croft said about being able to have the discussion here tonight. Because of the emails we've received, I've done my own investigation, and I feel like I've determined that Ms. Acton is qualified for the position. However, I do think that the hearing is important for these executive appointments. I mean, they are very important, and I think it's an opportunity to build public confidence and transparency. I'm not sure if that can be done here in this, setting fully, and that's the lingering question I have and why I lean towards holding a work session.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, can I ask that Ms. Acton come forward and just ask a couple of those questions that she provided written answers to?
Yeah, I believe that is germane to the motion because it might satisfy Mr. Weddleton's desire to have a work session. So if you wouldn't mind coming forward, Ms. Acton.
Good evening.
Welcome. May I have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Croft.
Thank you for your willingness to serve and your service already in public transportation. I think the big question that most people have, and I phrased it in the written questions to you, while you have the right education for the job and extensive experience in Anchorage public transportation, including 9 years work experience with the last 4 as senior transportation planner, there are some concerns about the fact that you've not supervised a large department before. Can you address how and why you feel you are ready for this job?
Well, I think the municipality of Anchorage, first of all, puts a lot of tools in our toolbox. They put a lot of systems in place that are willing and ready to help support management and their employees. So in that regard, I feel like there is definitely the mentorship, the skill set, the resources available to me, shall I need it, in order to properly manage a department of this size. Technically, as the director, there's 6 reports, direct reports. Those people are very competent, they're smart, they're professional, and they're very good at their jobs. I will rely on them heavily in the first months, even to the year, in this transition. But they know their jobs, they know their people, they also have many years of service within the municipality and are using those tools and resources as well. So with that, on top of my experience and my education and things like that within the department, I feel like I have the support necessary in order to move forward into a managerial directorship role within the municipality.
Thank you. Yeah, we have Mr. Constant in the queue, but if you want to ask a brief follow-up.
Well, what management experience do you have?
So I apologize for the brevity of my resume. I was trying to keep it within, 10 years range. So I didn't include employment that included things like managing 25 employees for Parks and Leisure Department. I didn't include when I was the acting planning manager for 9 months for the Transportation Department. That included 3 employees. So I have had previous management experience. I failed to articulate that to you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Croft and Ms. Acton. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Acton. So everyone's talking about deficit. What, as a senior transportation planner for the municipality for years, special assets might you bring to the job to make it so you are the most qualified individual that the mayor found?
So I think some of the issues with deficit deal with some of the analysis that we do.
Let me rephrase that question. I don't want to talk about your deficits. I want to talk about your strengths. As a senior transportation planner, what is it that you bring to the question that is valid and most valuable?
Sorry, I thought you were talking budget. So as my strengths, I think that one of the best things and one of the most notable things that I bring and the thing that I'm most proud of is my ability to maintain strong relationships. That's one of the things that throughout my time at the municipality, I feel I have worked the hardest. Relationships have gotten me the farthest in the work that I've done, knowing who to call, knowing who to ask to come alongside me and work on a project, knowing where the assets are and the resources and everything. So I feel like my ability to build relationships, keep relationships, and expand upon them have been one of my greatest assets.
I'm going to tie it a little tighter. Your title currently or previously was Senior Transportation Planner. So what assets does a Senior Transportation Planner bring to the directorship that are important and valuable?
So I think that the strategic planning that goes along with being a senior transportation, the analysis, the ability to take complex situations and boil them down into simple layman's terms, especially as it involves public involvement and process. And then also just the willingness to follow a process and make sure that we are in compliance, that we followed regulation, and that we know exactly what is expected of us when we're expending our funds. And that is definitely one of the things that compliance and federal regulations have absolutely been something that, I learned from the very beginning in my back pocket where to go.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are there any other questions for Ms. Acton? Ms. Domboski.
Yeah, I want to vote on the motion because I am not, we're not in a confirmation hearing now, and I still would like to have that ability to sit down and have the time to formulate and talk specifically about more in-depth questions. I'm not sure which confirmation hearings Mr. Croft is referring to, but I generally do ask substantive questions.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Are there any other questions for Ms. Acton? All right. We are now voting. If I call a vote, we are voting on the motion to postpone until our next meeting.
In conjunction with having a work session?
If we do so, I will call a work session probably this Friday. That motion fails 5-5. So we are now to the main motion. Actually, let me double check with Dean. That kind of motion, if it's 5-5, it has failed, correct? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Very unusual set of circumstances. Unfortunately, we have an absent member. Okay, so we are now to the substance. We are now to the confirmation of Ms. Acton. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Domboski.
Ms. Acton, I'm going to do this on the fly. If you'll come up to the microphone, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that you have been instrumental in grant management. I want to know specifically what is your plan with allocation of grant resources specific to the Chugach Eagle River Senior Center and transportation in my community.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So I think first off, as we are nearing the first birthday of the system change, there definitely needs to be some pause and some assessment that goes into looking at what has happened. I know currently there's some discussions right now about how to better provide service in your area, whether that's through contractual services or other means. And so I know that is on our radar. Through the assessment of, what is happening with the service? Did we make our promises? Did they materialize? Things like that. Looking at the availability of additional resources or whether or not we have, met the promises that we made. I think that is then the conversation that's ripe for, are there additional resources available? How do we provide that additional service? And what does it look like at that point?
I don't think I made myself clear. What I'm asking is when we have a general grant and you have the ability to contract with someone like the Chugach Eagle River Senior Center that is very well respected and actually incredibly effective, a lot of bang for our buck in that organization when we contract with them. I think what they did in the last year or so has been, it's been quite out of the box thinking in order to provide transportation to a system, frankly, that leaves my community high and dry to a large extent. So what I want to know is specifically your strategy for grant allocation. Are you going to have a grant and say all comers come, or are you going to give preferential treatment to a vendor like the Chugach Eagle River Senior Center that might service these outlying communities where otherwise we don't have the same transportation options that other people in Anchorage have?
So essentially what I hear you saying is whether we would hold some sort of competitive process in order to manage the funds to provide additional service in your area. Is that correct?
To some degree, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I think one of the things with the Chugach Eagle River Senior Center that we get to see right now is that they're already providing service, and we see that as a successful model. And so with that, if additional funds are available and we can maximize those funds, because when I was part of some brief conversations just in the last week of what that looks like, the sheer number of trips that is increased by them providing the service is, like you're saying, it's worth that bang to the buck. So I think it depends on the funding source and what we're allowed to do and how we're allowed to manipulate and use those funds, how we can best use those funds to serve your area. So in the sense of the type of service, the color of the money, and how it works in that whole scenario, I think that we potentially have the opportunity to serve Eagle River in a different way.
And to that, I did the same, not that I'm picking on you, I did the same thing with the fire chief last week. When it comes to that, I want a firm commitment that Chugach Eagle River, those communities that do, Girdwood has the same issue, frankly, they have a much more successful model. But these outlying communities that really have been abandoned by the municipality's transportation system, I want them prioritized. Because the fact of the matter is the 102 or the routes that we have going in and out of Eagle River, we don't have what everyone else has. So I have a big concern about what's going to happen with, we've been hearing there's a grant that's going to be expiring probably in next spring. What is your plan to mitigate that $2 million deficit that we're anticipating? Are you going to cut service to my community?
So I think we're at that pain threshold where else do we cut? I think after watching transit evolve in that area for the last 10 years for myself, I don't know that there's anywhere else to cut out there and still provide a viable service. So I think now is when we have to get extremely creative with how we're doing that, whether it's public-private partnerships like Chugach Eagle River Center. I think it, is how do we open Valley Transit? How do we maximize our relationship and our contractual services with Enterprise with the rideshare program, and really start to look at some of those other options so that you're not high and dry and so that your constituents are receiving some sort of service.
So would you say here now on the record that because effectively Chugach Eagle River has such a limited service, would you say that we can't cut any more there? Would you commit to protecting those frankly, one route coming in and out of Eagle River?
I think we have to.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
You're not going to cut that route.
I would do everything in my power not to cut that route.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Constant.
Thank you very much. So I tend to agree that Eagle River and South Anchorage have to be a priority. My area, Midtown and downtown, we are seeing really good service. And the fact is there are 4 votes up here that don't receive any service from the transit department, really. That's 4 out of 11, and so you still get a majority if you get everybody, but why would they invest in our transit system if there's no service out there? And so I think that she raises a very important point, and I'm going to be pretty strident in defending that because those areas need that support. So Ms. Domboski alluded to a conversation that I think most of us have had, that there is a solid deficit coming, and then you suggested that you're looking at figuring out creative ways to do that. Can you kind of share some thoughts on how you will come up with new priorities or creative methodologies?
So I think that we have some opportunities to employ some transportation demand management strategies that we've been talking about for a very long time. They're not new. They could be new to Anchorage. I'm looking at John right now because some of the conversations about what's been going on with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, there's a perception that we're pushing the envelope, but we're not. And so there's opportunities for us to employ different policies, different transportation options, look at different partnership models, and look at how service can be provided efficiently and for an actual cost that we can wrap our arms around and know that we can fund sustainably. So I think that we cut our teeth on Uber and Lyft, and we're starting to look at those. We're looking at reaching out to our human service partners that are providing transportation, and we do have regional partners that are interested in providing service as well. So I think that we have a whole host of different tools at our disposal, and it's time to start picking those up and turning those rocks over.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking about some information I was provided by a constituent one time who had a job out in Peters Creek. Mm-hmm. He doesn't drive, so he was trying to figure out a way to get there. And the only way he could figure it out was to connect up with the Valley Mover. Mm-hmm. And so my question is, do you think there's any way that we could integrate our schedule to mesh up a little more with theirs to maybe provide a little better service for some of those that live in Eagle River, Chugach, Peters Creek, and areas like that? Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I know that there's been conversations for the last at least 7 years with how to better integrate with Valley Transit. Previously, Valley Mover, they underwent a consolidation process through the state so that the number of transit providers in the valley was narrowed down so that the resources weren't being watered down. So they're still traveling up and down the highway. I don't know what the status of conversations has been with them at this time, but I do know that they have been looking at ways that they can expand their ridership and how they provide their service over the years. So I think those are conversations that are ripe for picking back up or continuing, and happy to have those.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Jamie, thanks for talking to me when I called you. I appreciate that. You answered all my questions. I'll be supporting you for this. And part of the problem we have tonight is we should have had a confirmation hearing before here. I'm sorry for having you in front of us to do this.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue, Ms. Acton. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
If there's no more discussion, I'd ask for a vote to approve this confirmation. That passes 7-3. We are now to item 9D7.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 431, 2018, change order 4 to contract with Peloton Group, Inc. to provide SAP application support to Municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department. $359,035. $359,035. Sorry. Do we have a second? Second. All right. Discussion.
Thank you. I brought this item up only because I am truly hesitant to, on the consent agenda, vote for anything that substantially awards money for the SAP project. And so I just want it heard. And so that was why I intended to bring it up. I don't want it sliding by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Administration, this money already been appropriated. This is not new money coming in for SAP in any shape, matter, or form. Is this money we already put into this program?
Through the Chair, the answer is yes. This is not new money. This is just additional contracting authority.
How much are we up to now on SAP? Round numbers.
I believe we're still at 82. 82.
82 or 83.
From under 82 on the capital budget side.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other discussion on this item?
That was 82 with 6 zeros.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
9.6 million, remember?
That's right. All right. Please vote on this item.
I'm so no.
That passes 8-2. All right. We are now down to the 12s on our agenda. So someone's going to make a motion. We have someone here who is time constrained, I believe. Anyone like to make
Yep, I'm happy to move that our guest, Mr. Bacon from C-SPAN, be allowed to speak now.
So you're taking your motion to take up item 12C at this time?
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. I ask for unanimous consent to change the order of the day. Seeing no opposition, Mr. Bacon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Assembly. This is really exciting for me. My name is Joel Bacon, here with C-SPAN. C-SPAN is currently on a 50 Capitals tour. We're known for our coverage of House and Senate proceedings over in Washington, D.C., giving everyone all over the country the same access to their government. It's beautiful seeing what that looks like on a local level here tonight, and we're proud to do that on a national level. Currently, we're on a 50 Capitals tour, visiting all 50 state capitals and interviewing elected officials, governors, lieutenant governors, educators in all 50 states. And since we don't come to Alaska very often, this is our first time for 22 years that we've been here. We are making it kind of blowing it out and doing a whole C-SPAN Alaska weekend, July 21st to the 22nd. We hope that all of you tune in on any of the C-SPANs. We're going to be doing history and book presentations and over 20 different programs that will be going on during that weekend, all about Alaska, showing off your great state. Locally here, some of the segments that we're going to be covering are the Alaska Native Heritage Center, the Peoples of Alaska exhibit, and the Arctic Realities exhibit, as well as the Ted Stevens Papers Project, and a couple of things over at the University of Alaska Anchorage Special Collections, including the 1964 Alaska earthquake and the 1989 Exxon Valdez oil spill. So we're really excited to be here. Thank you so much for letting us come and talk, and it's just a great time to show off your state and your municipality especially. So thank you as much.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Mr. Dyson, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, so for our Alaska segment, we floated the bus from Bellingham, Washington, over to Juneau. We were in Juneau for Monday and Tuesday of last week, and then floated it up to Haines, spent the night in Haines Junction, and then drove it up to Fairbanks before coming down past Denali and arriving here on Saturday after whitewater rafting.
So I think the answer to my question is no.
No.
When you say floated, you mean ferry system?
Yeah, we use the Alaska Ferry System, yeah.
Forgive me being an engineer. You get paid for that. Right. You guys making that thing float. Thank you, and thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Trainee.
Joel, one thing you might want to do when you're doing your piece on Alaska is where the capital's supposed to be. We fight this out constantly every few years. So I suggest you look at the history. You can fill hours of Alaska's trying to decide. We know the capital should be here, but the rest of the state doesn't sometimes. Thanks for coming here.
Appreciate it. And we did do a segment on in Juneau about the state capitol. So I'm
you were
sure
there
we'll
the one
talk
day
about
they
it.
had nice weather?
We were there 2 days. It was 75 and sunny both days.
Good. That must be the tour boats are in there then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. What's the one thing that you called home about Alaska?
Probably the 3 bears, the 2 moose, 1 dead, 1 alive, and the rivalry between municipalities between Anchorage and Fairbanks, or Squarebanks and Los Anchorage.
Very good. Mr. Dyson, you're back in the queue.
Just encourage you guys to realize that Alaska's history didn't start with stellar Russian exploration. People here for 10,000 years markedly adapted to a very rich culture. The Alaska native Lincoln Island Simpsons were you visited southeast, those guys raided all the way down the coast of California. Our native people had a large interchange with the folks across the Bering Sea, and there's a whole rich heritage there that's really worth recognizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and one of the exhibits that we were covering actually earlier today was at the Alaska Museum, or Anchorage Museum here, and it was all about that history through all of the generations, even prior to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Bacon, didn't you say you were going to go to the Heritage Center as well? Or you did go to the Alaska Native Heritage Center?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah, and we've covered these topics throughout our tour, a couple in Juneau and Fairbanks, and also here in Anchorage.
Good, thank you. I want to identify with Mr. Dyson's comments. I think those are absolutely on point. Is there any other questions for Mr. Bacon? Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for coming. And how long you keep the bus out there?
The bus is already rolling on down the road.
Well, you better go catch it then.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. We are now on item 12A, Amanda Mack, representing the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, to present a payment in lieu of taxes. Ms. Mack.
Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly, my name is Amanda Mack, and I'm serving as president. Closer? Okay. Serving as president of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. I'm here this evening with other representatives of our congregation to present our annual voluntary payment in lieu of taxes, or pilot for short. AUUF, like other churches and nonprofits, is tax exempt a status granted to us because we give back to the community in other ways. For example, in the past year, we completed an $800,000 renovation to our Airport Heights building, making it more accessible and functional for many user groups. We also engage in interfaith social justice work in the community and support several nonprofits as well through volunteerism and financial support. We are pleased to do so. However, as members of the Anchorage community, we have a responsibility to help support the public services that support us as well. We do this with our pilot donation. We are grateful for Anchorage's police and fire services, for snow plowing, our public schools, and our excellent trail system. Unitarian Universalism is founded on 7 principles, and number 5 is the right of conscience and use of the democratic process within our congregations and in society at large. In support of this principle, in an affirmation of the separation of church and state, which protects religious freedom in America, and in gratitude for our city, we are pleased to present our voluntary pilot donation. AUUF believes we all need to contribute to solutions for Alaska and Anchorage. One last thought. Notably, several of our members supplemented our donation this year. These members used their property tax relief received from the municipality to do so. They would prefer that the city keep their share for schools, roads, and other local needs.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Mr. Trainey, for example?
Just every year, I thank you guys for coming here. I wish other churches would join and line up behind you, but that's not going to happen probably. But thanks very much for setting the standard for everybody else, because every church is impacted by the same services you're paying for.
Thank you.
We
Yes.
appreciate you voluntarily doing that.
Well, we invite other nonprofits and churches to join us as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, it's... You got to go with it. No, actually give it to Mr. Harris, I believe, or...
Actually, we've picked it up as chairman before, given it to him, or the mayor can come down and get it, either way.
Oh, here, Mr. Verkos will come get it. Mr. Mayor will come get it. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah. But at least
Next, we have item 12B, Tim Potter and Jim Renkert on behalf of Anchorage Skates to present a $10,000 check to help offset municipal parks and recreation costs for ice maintenance at the Speed Skating and Fitness Oval at Cuddy Family Midtown Park. Mr. Potter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, those in the audience, and especially the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, which this is the 3rd year we've presented on the same night, and I appreciate the clerk's office letting us know when they apply for an appearance request, because we think it's a really good, strong message to the rest of the community that we can't all take it for granted that someone else is going to pick up the tab. So with Jim Renkert, myself, Tim Potter, this is now way into the years since we started the Midtown Skating Oval and Fitness Oval, and we felt very strongly as an organization, a nonprofit, that we do get benefit for a little bit of exclusive use, but we try and offset the benefit that we get by putting $10,000 in every year to help pay for a significant part, more than 50% of the ice maintenance for the Oval and other issues at the park. So with that, Jim.
No, just want to thank the Assembly and the Mayor's Office and Parks and Rec and the ice maintenance folks. And our next big project there is we want to build a chalet. It's been on the list of the wish list. We now have a design, we have a cost estimate, and we're starting to look into how we're going to start a capital campaign on that. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Tonight is one of the great nights where I get to wear a white hat. Rather than some of the other hats I've had to wear lately.
Thank you. Thank you. We have 2 questions, Mr. Trainey and then Mr. Constant.
Tim, thanks for coming here every year as you have been doing to give that to the city. We appreciate it. Thanks very much, Tim.
Thank you.
And this is the 9th year.
I know, I've been here that long.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, on the topic of your hat, I would just say it's nice to hear you talk about something else.
Good. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Constant.
that was a much appreciated shot, Mr. Constant. And And as Jim indicated, we are and have been working on, this has been a long-term project that Jim and I and a few other folks have embarked on, and the next facility that we would like to see out there, not just for the oval support and year-round activity, but year-round activity in the entire park. And we've come up, we've had generous donations of architectural assistance, contractor assistance to do cost estimates, and we've put a lot of time in to try and bring forward, and we'll be working with Parks and Rec, the Parks and Rec Commission, Planning and Zoning Commission, UDC, and then ultimately to you as we move forward with the plan to build a real placemaking focal point within the park beyond what's already there.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Peterson has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's actually a comment. Well, thank you for the check, and also I just wanted to let the viewing public out there know that we actually have a skating oval in Muldoon now as well. And so if the track over there at your park happens to be overcrowded, they can always come to Muldoon, or if Muldoon happens to be overcrowded, they could go to your park.
The more skaters and activities during our long, dark, cold winters, the better. But I will add that we have in Midtown the 6th Olympic-sized regulation speed skating oval in the country. Thank you.
Well, maybe our youngsters will work their way up to that distance.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you all, and yeah, please, yes, Jim, one last point, and then, okay, fair enough.
I'm going to wear my day job hat here because I'm the state of Alaska's urban community forester. We're having a great little event tomorrow. We're planting a crabapple tree at Kincaid at noon. Big thanks to City Horticultural Sandy Potvin, and that tree is being planted in honor of Keegan Randall. And Keegan can't make it tomorrow, but her parents and her son will be there. So.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you very much. And yes, please
Mayor,
present it to
he's got a check for you, sir.
The mayor. That would be a good one. Thank you, guys.
Wow, this is making up for deficits, isn't it? So.
All right. Next, we have item 12D, Julie Blyer, regarding the health crisis brought on by illegal encampments. Julie?
Hi, how are you? I don't have a check, but I've been in the dental field for over 30 years, and some of you may remember, a couple of you may remember, when dentists did not wear gloves or masks when they worked in your mouth. Then OSHA came along and required gloves, masks, eyewear, and clothing from head to toe to protect the staff from infections and diseases that could be carried by the patient. This is my hazmat suit. I bring this to your attention because of the health risks to the homeless people in the illegal encampments and the volunteers that are going in to clean them up. Infections and diseases are spread very quickly through the illegal camps. They have been allowed to grow throughout the community. Diseases including our HIV, which is on the rise in Alaska, hepatitis A, B, and C, tuberculosis, and just last year, 3 homeless people died of streptococcus. These diseases live outside the body anywhere from hours to months. They are highly contagious and deadly. Only 2 of these diseases have a vaccine. Overdoses of drugs are on the rise. Fentanyl is a very powerful drug that in direct contact with your skin can cause an overdose. Police will not touch a stolen vehicle if needles are found inside of them. Car insurances are also totaling these stolen vehicles. Many of the infections and the diseases are spread throughout direct contact and airborne. You can find spoiled food, human feces, urine, vomit, soiled mattresses, soiled clothing, blood-soaked tampons and pads, bloody used condoms, drugs, alcohol, needles, stolen property, the list goes on, within these illegal encampments. These are biohazardous waste are finding their way into our local waterways and throughout the community. My concern is Parks and Rec team, along with volunteers that are cleaning up these encampments, are only going in there with a pair of gloves. They're dealing with biohazardous material, and I want to know where their hazmat suit is. I wonder if any of them have their hepatitis B or their flu vaccine. It takes one time, one contact, one inhalation, or one stick that can destroy your life. This is in no way a means to halt the cleanup, but it is a serious wake-up call to let the illegal encampments continue growing, is putting not only the homeless people at a health risk, but also the community.
Thank you, Ms. Blyer. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
It's really a little show and tell. So this wasn't planned, but I told a story you weren't here for, my day, and there was a homeless individual robbing one of my neighbors, and one of the items we discovered that I brought for everyone to see, because if I have to see it, you have to see it, is a lunch bag from one of the charities that gave them a nice Bible quote that said, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," and it's literally covered in blood. The children in my neighbor's house would have found in the spring. So this is a really serious issue that you're bringing to bear. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Blyer? Am I pronouncing that correctly? I apologize.
It's close. It's Blyer, right?
Blyer.
You got it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There are no other questions. Thank you for your time. All right. It is now looks just about 6:20. We will take our regularly scheduled dinner break now. We'll be back at 6:40. Thank you. All right. There are 7 of us in the room.
Yeah, they're in the room.
Okay. Next up, we have item number 13A, ordinance number AO 2018-34, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly of amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 Penal Code to add new sections for the crimes of failure of a mandatory reporter to report abuse or neglect of a minor, sexual abuse of a minor, failure to report a violent crime committed against a child, failure to report a violent crime committed against an adult, and sending explicit image of a minor, and amending Section 8.10.100, reckless endangerment, to add a special definition of serious physical injury when the victim is a child, introduced by Assembly Member Dyson. Madam Clerk.
Also an S version, Mr. Chairman.
So I believe, okay.
S version, too.
All right. Now, I'm trying to recall, are we still in extended public testimony, or are we in discussion? So we still have, let's see here.
We didn't have that many people testify last time because we had the time constraint to have it moved.
So public testimony is now open. Anyone wish to testify on this item, please step forward and state your name and where you're from. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the S version.
Okay. All right, first, anyone else want to testify on this? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. Mr. Dyson, you move the S version. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right. Discussion. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I move Amendment 1.
Second.
Amendment 1 has been moved and seconded. Discussion on Amendment number 1.
I was hoping Mr. Gates here.
He just arrived. If we give him a moment for his interpreter to take a seat.
I want to ask Mr. Gates to explain the content and purpose of Amendment 1.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Dyson. So, Amendment 1 means one subsection in the proposed new section regarding mandatory reporting as a crime adding up to municipal code. Subsection D was intended to also hold the employer or organization that has mandatory reporters as employees somehow accountable, responsible for their mandatory reporters that they employ. There was some concern about the language in the initial draft in terms of creating a strict liability type of crime for an organization. And so this language changes that we see here in bold and underline were intended to address that. So there's 2 different crimes that an organization can be charged with. D1 is a crime where the employee who's a mandatory reporter failed to report, and then the supervisor or organization learned of it and supported that decision not to report or directed the employee not to report. You noticed there was some additional language in this floor amendment document that's in italics and underlined. That's basically what's made aware of circumstances requiring a report to knowingly directed the person not to report and so on. There was concern from the Anchorage School District at our joint meeting with them over a week ago regarding the language that they proposed, this phrase here, which I agreed was appropriate and fair to organizations. And so that's why we proposed this floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Dyson, do you have a follow-up to that?
No, just to say that we have responded to all the suggestions and criticisms from the prosecutor's office and the school district particularly, and I'm pleased with that iterative process. I think what you have before is an even better product than what we started with. and I encourage support of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Any further discussion on Mr. Dyson's amendment number 1? Mr. Weddleton?
No, I'm sorry. I'll wait for the
okay.
big story.
Any other discussion on amendment number 1? Seeing none, please vote on amendment number 1. Mr. Constant? Yes. Mr. Constant is a yes. That amendment passes unanimously. We're back to the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion or any further amendments? Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I will vote for this, and I appreciate that Assemblyman Dyson worked it. It's been a while in front of us and met with the groups and responded to their needs, and I agree it turned out better, and it shows a benefit to sometimes just taking your time, getting it right. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm in the queue here. May I speak, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Croft. I have a question for, it's really just a process question, but for Mr. Gates and Ms. Wynn Pearson, if she's around. So the title still makes reference, I believe, unless the S version has changed, the title makes reference to the explicit images of a minor, but I believe we took that out. Is that correct? So do we need to amend the title?
That's correct. That in the body of the text, we took out the addition of that crime. I guess it might have been oversight to amend the title. However, the title is not the substantive law we're adopting. It's basically notice about the subject matter that's under consideration.
Okay. So no further motions are needed?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. May I have my gavel back, Mr.?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank Senator Dyson, Assemblyman Dyson from Eagle River, for his work on this. We did receive an initial amount of pushback saying that it was unnecessary, that it was already, this type of thing was already covered in state code. But in my opinion, there is no acceptable level of child abuse. And if this helps to save even one child from an abusive situation, then it's well worth it. And I remember a time when I was in Juneau, and I was speaking to then Senator Dyson about a bill I was shepherding through the legislature to help autistic children get health insurance. As I was leaving his office, he told me I was doing the work of angels. And so, Fred, you're doing the work of angels. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Traney.
Mr. Dyson, I'll be joining with you on this. Thanks very much for bringing this forward. This is something that needs to be done. I appreciate you taking leadership on this, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Croft.
Is Seneca still here? Is the municipal prosecutor still here? Yeah, just a follow-up question. I'd asked her at a committee hearing. So I'm looking at page 3, which is sexual abuse of a minor, and it has 2 sections. I think it's, as far as I could tell, directly copied from state law. And an offender commits the crime of sexual abuse of a minor if being under 16, they do various things, or being 18 years of age or older, they do various things. Is there no prohibition on 16 and 17-year-olds doing anything?
Through the chair, Mr. Croft, I am not familiar with all of the state statutes regarding sexual abuse of a minor. My suspicion would be that that's covered by a different subsection or a different section altogether.
So do we have such a section? If we just incorporate this, I don't see any way that a 16 or 17-year-old ever commits this crime.
So under the S version, that number 1 is deleted.
So it's only an 18-year-old.
It's only 18 and over. And the municipality, as a matter of course, does not prosecute juveniles. And that is the basis for deleting that first section, I believe.
Okay. And then I guess, thank you, Seneca. That's all I had. There may be other questions for you. I'll just do then my comments. Yeah, I known Senator Dyson a long time, and he's always had a core driving force of protecting children. It's one of his best qualities, and he's continuing that here today. I want to make clear, voting for this, that a 16 or 17-year-old coming to the school nurse saying that they would like information on contraception is not, at least in my opinion, and I don't see anything in this bill, sufficient to make an allegation of sexual abuse. There's a lot of societal discussion about whether parents should be informed then, what school nurses should do, but this is modeled after a state law that doesn't make that leap. I've also known him long enough, the sponsor, that he might wish that that were the case. But I don't think we're having that fight here. I've watched for whether we're having that fight here. What we're doing here, I think, is good and appropriate and appreciated. But we'll continue maybe to have the debate about whether we go the next couple of steps. I don't believe that this bill is, and for that reason, happily support it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. As usual, Mr. Croft has it straight. As I understand state law, a child under 16 is not legally able to give consent to sexual activity. And a child over 15, as in 16 and older, can give consent to sexual activity. So that's what settled law is now. Part of my great concern here has been that the national statistics show that the very young girls, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, their abuser is 6, 7 years older in general, not always. The older girls, it's more likely to be a peer. And the law says if there's a delta of 3 years there, then the older, the offender is culpable, so on. It is an active factor in my mind, as Mr. Crofts, at what point do nurses, teachers, mandatory reporters or not, should they notify the parents? I've chosen not to take that on at this time. That's a school board decision, policy decision, that I think they ought to talk about, and maybe others, but that's not a part of this. Some one of you wisely asked, do we know there's a problem? Proving a negative is very, very difficult. Our reporting here the national statistics say we lead the nation in child sexual abuse and child abuse. It's order of magnitude that we do, and yet our reporting seems to be short of that. Last week, previous to our meeting, I was over meeting with a friend and others at the ACLU. STAR is in the same building, and there on the poster on the elevator was some subset of STAR, and it had the logos from the Department of Health, Department of Education, and so on. It said 1,000 girls in our town report that they were physically pressured into sexual activity. And I don't know, my guess is that group is credible. I don't know how they did their research and so on, but it's really scary. And as the Bishop, Superintendent Bishop told us, she understands that the rate of syphilis is up about 20% in the school population. So another question that somebody raised, and again wisely, how are we going to know, and when will these come to our attention? So we just learned here 2 weeks ago that the state has declined to prosecute 7,000 cases in the last year because of lack of staff to do it. And the failure to report is a misdemeanor. Police who are chasing down a rape, sexual assault, and so on and so forth, they're after the perpetrator there. And what I picture will happen, there'll be a police investigation going on, state or local, on a crime. And the prosecutor is going to turn to one of our prosecutors and say, look, there's a good case here that mandatory reporters knew about this and didn't report it. Do you guys want to prosecute it? You know, don't have the resources to chase that, and that'll come up. So my main purpose is to people to be sensitive to, aware of, and looking for kids that are being victimized and to help them. I hope we never prosecute because all the mandatory reporters and the rest of us who are observers will be paying attention and so on. I take a high view of the law. In both the Jewish and Christian scriptures, it says the law is a teacher that leads us to righteousness. We get together and make ordinances or statute law, or the legislature done. It's a way a community comes together and say, this is what we believe. This is what our standards are. And here's just another way, as Mr. Peterson said, of us saying, this we believe, and the lives and health of these kids is of primary importance to us. Anyways, appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is there any further discussion on, I believe we are back on the main motion, AR 2018-186S. Oh, I'm sorry, no, I'm reading the wrong one. But it is the S version, 34S. As amended. Any other further discussion? No. All right. Let's vote on the S version as amended. That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We are now on item 14A, ordinance number AO 2018-48, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive drainage easement to Ken Higgins Co. LLC on municipal property legally described as a portion of Tract A, Polaris School Subdivision, Plat 2004-156, PID 014-03242, Real Estate Department. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14B, ordinance number AO 2018-49, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by competitive bid of real property legally described as Tract 2, Southwest Anchorage School Site, Plat 2018-17, PID 011-26131, Real Estate Department. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing.
That specifically regarding this or in general?
Regarding this item specifically. Okay. Hearing, do you want to testify to this specifically?
No, thank you.
Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14C, ordinance number AO 2018-50, an ordinance authorizing disposal by perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. on a portion of Heritage Land Bank, parcel 3-064.
Wait reading, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Point of order on this item. So, 14, never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Constance, do you have a comment on this one? Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14D, ordinance number AO 2018-51, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to grant the continuation of a revocable use permit to Passer Aerospace for the installed passive secondary surveillance radar system in Kincaid Park. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Are you guys testifying about the radar? Okay. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14E, resolution number AR 2018-177, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $80,000 from the 2018 Heritage Land Bank Operating Fund and $84,000 from the HLB fund balance as a contribution to the HLB Operating Fund and appropriating said contributions to the HLB Capital Improvement Project Fund for Turnagain Arm projects and site preparation, all within the Real Estate Department. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Trenny, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14F, resolution number AR 2018-178, a resolution authorizing the mayor to designate management authority of municipal property from the Parks and Recreation Department to the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, legally described as a portion within the remainder of Government Lot 181 SW4 SEC 33 T12N R3W PID 018 29232 Real Estate Department. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14G, resolution number AR 2018-179, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $303,515.64 and appropriating $31,605 as a contribution from the area-wide general fund to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 AMATS Traffic Control Signalization Program, CY 2016 through 2018 within the Traffic Department. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item. Excuse me. That passes unanimously. We are now at item 14H, resolution number AR 2018-182, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $196,500 from the State of Alaska, Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority for a housing and homeless services coordinator and a contribution. Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A, and I'm concerned about this amount of money. I'm concerned about the duties and responsibilities of this homeless coordinator. Any money's going to this project, whether it be passed through or come from the assembly, has to define and rein in the duties and responsibility of the homeless coordinator. We're under a crisis called by the Daily News, called by Judge Stephanie Rhodes, called by conservatives Jenkins, liberals Wolford, etc., etc. A crisis. I witnessed 3 violent sexual assaults in 4 days. I don't even want to look anymore. The issue is, where is the homeless coordinator right now at a peak of a crisis? Where? At a $187,000 salary, she's on vacation. This is appalling and disrespectful to this position, and the duties and responsibilities should be defined, including she is not part of the public health issuing permits to apply chemicals, whether they be disinfectants or herbicides. To go on public television and state actually misrepresentation towards a citizen who is qualified, holds certificates to disinfect a biological hazard, is way out of her realm of duties and responsibilities, and that has to be reined in, and she has to be nipped in the bud. She did more harm than she did good. And this salary is outrageous for any homeless coordinator across the country to get these kind of results of a crisis, and they go on vacation. It's as bad as having a hurricane go through Puerto Rico and 64,000 people die and the president goes golfing. That's insulting to this nation on any kind of humane responsibility to the victims. So I'm going to oppose this, taking this money, unless those duties are defined and that mayor reins her in, because you cannot hide from this problem by going on vacation. That's disgraceful. Anyone have any questions?
There are no questions, Mr. Aleva. Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other testimony on this item? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Rivera. Discussion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So it's no secret that I have had some challenging times with Ms. Burke, that we're two passionate people and we come at it from two different sides, but I think we share the same goal. And my neighbors, many will be kind of chagrined that I don't share their beliefs. I heard at a meeting last Monday, well, she's just a data person. She shouldn't be in that job. And I frankly never saw Nancy as a data person, but the fact is that the public is always demanding data from her. And so one of the things she has to do is provide data. And someone asked me once, not so long ago, why didn't I try for that job? Why didn't I want to be the homeless coordinator? And I looked at them and I laughed. That kind of money right there, I would never do it for that, because that is not enough for all the hell you have to put up with all the suffering and scrutiny and trouble and failure after failure after failure as you try to do what people up and down the West Coast are trying to figure out and no one has figured out. And so I have to support Nancy to do this work, because without her and the intent focus of this administration for the last 3 years, we would be much farther behind than we are now. And the report that they provided to us at the meeting last week has one ray of light in it, that every city up and down the West Coast has seen a spike of homelessness, and Anchorage's numbers have been consistent for the last 5 years, 3 to 5 years. And so we have managed through this intensive focus to hold down the growth of the problem. Now we have to change our policies and do a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead. The 12-point plan that was published by the Neighborhood Working Group, yet to be named, is right on point, and we'll come to it. I think the administration has recognized the concerns of the community quite clearly, that these issues have to be dealt with from a public safety and a public health perspective and a human kind of needs perspective, and I look forward to seeing where we go the next year.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes 9-1. We are now on item 14I, ordinance number...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we enter into this discussion, I would like to move that we change the order of the day to take up 14J. I think it's J, that's the liquor license.
Yeah, Kombucha.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to change the order of the day? All right, ask for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we'll now take up item 14J, resolution number AR 2018-172, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding the new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5652 with restaurant designation permit for Zip Kombucha. Kombucha, I can never pronounce that. Doing business as Zip Kombucha, located at 3404.
Wait, reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Please state your name for the record and spell it.
Good evening. I'm Jesse, Jessie, Janes, Jan as in November, ES. I'm the owner of Zip Kombucha. I just wanted to come up here real quick. I was at the planning meeting a few weeks ago. I'm finalizing the final parts of the kombucha brewery that's right there in Spenard, right on the corner of 36th and Arctic. I've got a nice big tasting room, about 650 square feet planned. And I don't know if any of you enjoy kombucha. It's a rather tasty beverage, but it's one of those things that by itself I don't believe will bring people in and keep people in to be able to pay for that space. So I've added a nice menu of some pastas and some pizzas and some salads, and I'm hoping to be able to entertain people in a restaurant setting there. Also have a few local beers. A lot of the local brewers have helped me a lot in this process of understanding the equipment and whatnot, and to have a few of the local beers on tap and some wine and some sangria. So I just wanted to kind of give a general quick overview of what I'm planning to do with the space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? There are no questions. Thank you for your time. Anyone else wish to testify on this item? I kind of wanted to ask what it's made out of, but I think I know. No one else testify. Public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That passes unanimously. We are now to item 14I, ordinance number AO 2018-52, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 12.50.030, retail sales tax on marijuana and marijuana products to increase the tax rate by 2%. Finance Department, Municipal Treasurer. Public hearing is now open. Does anyone wish to testify? Please state your name and where you're from. What part of town you live.
Hi, this is Aaron Morse. I'm from Spenard.
I'm sorry, could you speak a little bit more into the mic?
Yeah, my name is Aaron Morse, and I live in Spenard.
Could you spell your name, please?
AARONMORSE.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I am affiliated with Great Northern Cannabis. We have a cultivation facility in South Anchorage as well as a retail facility in downtown. And there's 3 points of consideration that I'd like to raise to you. First is, I am relatively new to this area. I grew up in the era of Nancy Reagan, Just Say No, and had kind of bought into a lot of what was being proffered in that time period. And once legalization occurred in Alaska, I looked around and saw that this was one of the economic bright spots in the state and needed to make a change, so I invested in cannabis. We have had our facilities open since last year. So that leads me to my first point. My first point is this is a very new industry, and it's, I think, kind of unfair and premature to be taxing a lot of new entrepreneurs disproportionately. And part of the reason that you should understand when I say disproportionately, there's currently a law or regulation on the books with the IRS called IRC 280E. And what that states kind of on the surface makes sense. And it says if you, as a U.S. citizen, make money illegally, as the federal government defines it, you still owe taxes on that money. But the flip side is you're not allowed to take any tax write-offs. And so what ends up happening is we cannot expense any ordinary business expenses in the cannabis industry. So this kind of collectively, with the lack of access to banking and a lot of kind of gray areas, is setting things up where it's a pretty hostile business climate, and the net effect on the tax burden, we're being taxed at the federal level. The state actually adopted the same IRS codes, so we have that same additional tax burden at the state level, and then we have additional taxes at the municipality level. And at the end of the day, retail operations, cannabis retail operations in the state of Alaska are being taxed between 60 and 90% as is. So I would ask that you do not increase the tax burden on these new businesses and new entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morse. We have one question for you from Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And are you aware that you cannot absorb the tax yourself? You're required to pass this on to your customers, in other words, charge them the additional 2% sales tax?
I'm not aware of that, but right now, with our retail's tax operation, our advertised prices include the tax. And so our customers are effectively going to see, if we don't absorb the cost, they're going to see a price hike. And so far, that hasn't gone over well.
One additional question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Did you think 5 days is enough notice for cannabis businesses to increase their taxes by 2%?
I don't totally know what's going to be involved with that, honestly. All of us have different point of sale systems, and the different point of sale systems are the software. We rely on third-party software vendors that are largely out of state, and so it's not us making the change. It's the third-party software vendor that's kind of operating in this very rapidly changing environment and trying to get their attention so that this change could be made. So 5 days sounds really fast.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. How do we compare to the other states that have legalized marijuana in terms of our tax rate, our sales tax rate?
I can't in good faith answer that. I think some states like Oregon and Washington have radically different policies on taxation. Some default to entirely sales tax, some default to income tax. So I can't really answer that.
Okay, that's fair enough. The information we got says that Washington has a 37% sales tax on marijuana. Do you know whether that's true or not?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Morse. Does anyone else wish to testify on this item? Please state your name, spell it, and say where you're from.
Hi, Sue Nolan, Nowland, Alaska Fireweed on 4th Avenue. I was fortunate to be one of the very first cannabis retail to open up along with my friend Brian Thorpe. And so I have a little bit more history in this cannabis industry. So I'd like to address a couple issues that you brought up. One of the things that the state of Alaska has done that unlike Washington, Oregon, Colorado, is the state put a very high tax on the cultivators. So the cultivators are being taxed at a very enormous amount that goes directly to the state before their product even gets to the retail store. So the retail store on the other end has a very low tax liability going out the door. So before we even buy the product, the state of Alaska has a very large tax that's already set before it sends out. Unlike Oregon and Washington, that does not exist. So that's a very important thing when you look at Oregon and Washington, where they see 30, 33, 32% going out on the retail end. That's already captured on the state end here in Alaska. Smart thing for the state, I think. So then when we start adding additional taxes onto the retail end, that's already been captured before the product even starts moving through the system. So I'd like you to take a look, when you look at those statistics from other, cannabis states, that you see 33, 35, 25% going out the door on the retail end. State of Alaska's already captured that before the products even started moving through the system, which is a really big issue. So anyway, regarding that, I think one of our whole goals of legalizing cannabis in the state of Alaska had to do with what can we do to slow down the black market. And our cultivators have had a big challenging process with their big tax to the state to try and stabilize the market. We don't even know where that market is yet. There's over 700 applications for marijuana in the state, which would be like 1 to 10,000 people. What do we have, 80,000 people here? So there's a lot of people trying to enter the industry. So we don't even know where we're going to sit yet. So to look at throwing another 2% on the retail end, when I think the ultimate goal is to squash the black market, make this a recreational legal process. I think we all agree to that, or we would have never voted to it. That's what the people wanted.
Ms. Nolan, your time has expired, but there's a question from Mr. Croft.
Hi, Ms. Nolan. I'm glad you brought up the state's tax. $50 an ounce, or about 14% at the state level with R5. Even if we do this tonight up to 7, that puts us at a total tax burden of about 21%. So much less than Washington's 37% sales tax. Colorado does a 15 and 15, that is 15 of sales and 15 of excise, for a total of 30. Oregon appears to just do a 17%, and we'd be in the range of that. Nevada appears to do a total of 25, 15, and 10. It doesn't appear to me from the research I've done, let me put it in the positive, it appears to me we're at the low end of the state taxation. My intent, and I said for a long time I wanted to legalize marijuana, even before that was a very popular or safe thing to say, because I wanted to have the tax revenue to do a bunch of things that we needed to do. I thought it being illegal and a source of throwing people in jail was stupid. I wanted to do exactly what we're about to do tonight, which is have it pay for some things. Well, what's wrong with doing that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I think the one thing that Alaska has taken is that because we have the cultivation at this tax perspective, because the retailer does the processing, there's a huge amount of loss that happens there. You may take in a pound of marijuana, but when I take it into my retail store, I don't sell a pound of marijuana because I have waste, I have stems, I have stuff I can't sell. So, we're talking about, minute percentages here and everything. There is this here because our system is so completely different than Oregon, Washington, and California because we don't have that processing process that exists in all those other states. So, I can't say. I think taxation is good. I've been here since 1975. I believe in the Assembly. I believe they've done a very fabulous job. I've had businesses here. But the industry is so incredibly new. I was one of the first to open in December of 2016. My co-work retailers out here, they haven't even been operating a year. And you're already throwing another taxation on them. Anybody who's had a new business, Mr. Peterson, you've been in there, you need that capital to keep your business going, and we have to pay our taxes. And I think, Mr. Weddleton, you said the marijuana industry is doing a great job paying their taxes. We do pay them on time because our license depends on that, and we want that. So I believe in taxation. It's good for the industry, but I think it's too soon right now. Give us a chance. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. There's a question from, you have 2 more questions, 3 more questions. I remind my colleagues, we probably have quite a few other people testifying tonight as well. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we've heard my peer reference the administration's talking points that other states are less expensive. I don't actually accept that that's fact. But when we're comparing apples, we should compare them to apples, right? And so the question is, what is Denver doing or Seattle doing or Portland doing? Because when you try to compare an entire state's market, doesn't it seem like there are some different variables at the state level than the local? And I would ask you, kind of what you think the impact would be in Anchorage in terms of jobs and other things that might come from an approach like this.
Well, I think one of the things that Denver, Oregon, and Washington has had, even though we all jumped in at the same time, they implemented many, 18 months, 2 years before we did. I think that's a fair statement. So they're a lot further ahead than we are. The industry has employed, and I don't have those numbers, but, I know I employ 10 people. And you look at 769 applications, so you know what they're going to employ there. So there's a huge impact that is there in regards to employment. We're in a recession. I say I've been here 40 years. We know the ups and downs. And this is an industry that is bringing stuff up right now. So, give us a chance. Don't have the taxation right now. We need a chance to build our industry. Give us another year or 2. I know the regs said we have to go every 2 years, and you have to address it. But most of these retail stores have not been open less than a year. And, that's you guys know. You're old Alaskans. You've had businesses. You know what it takes to start a business.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Good. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the stores were first opening and cultivators hadn't really caught up with demand yet, what was a pound of marijuana, legal marijuana, selling for back then?
So I think because I was one of the first stores open, we were paying up to $5,000. I never paid $5.50, but I heard it was out there. That's a pound. And now we're down to $3,000, $3,300. Gets down to tax season, $2,800. These people are new business people trying to develop a business. We've all been there. They're entrepreneurs. And more taxation is a challenge.
So my math says at $3,000 a pound, the state's $50 per ounce amounts to 26.6%. So if we add 7% of that, we're over 33%. So
you've done the math right, Mr. Peterson.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name and where you're from.
Jana Waldzine, live in Anchorage, Alaska, from Fairbanks. I just wanted to provide some clarification on the other states' taxes before I jump into my testimony. So Colorado, it's a 2.9 sales tax plus a 10% marijuana sales tax plus a 15% excise tax. That's 27.9 is going to be Colorado. Oregon, the newest state to come online other than Nevada, 17% sales tax, and then a 3% max local government tax, 3% max, equals 20%. And you mentioned earlier Washington at 37%. So the Alaska marijuana market, where it's going, it's an unlimited licensing system. So that means we're going to have a flood of product in the market. So, in Colorado, I was there a couple months ago, and I was visiting a producer, and he said, what do you sell your pound for in Alaska? And I said, well, right now people are going around $3,500. And he goes, man, wow, that's crazy. That's good money. That's good money. I was like, well, what do you sell yours for? He's like, good weed will sell for $1,000. $1,000. That's where we're headed because there is no cap on licenses. So I know Sue mentioned earlier, 3,000 a pound. I'm seeing 2,500. Okay, so if it's 2,500 and that's where we're going with this, then that is 32%. The excise tax is actually 32%. You add on 7% that you're contemplating today, you reach 49%. Tell me another product that's taxed at 49%. I don't think there is one.
Cigarettes are 130.
Okay, cigarettes. But there hasn't been one case of marijuana-induced cancer to date. In fact, there hasn't been one marijuana-caused death to date in the entire nation. And marijuana has been around a very long time. December 7, 2016 is the date that Brian Thorpe opened his marijuana shop, and that was the first marijuana shop that you had in this city. So we're technically 2 years out, but we're not 2 years out from actual operation. The black market, I think we've probably suppressed it to about 40% of the market share. I think there's still about 40% of the market share out there to get. The black market prices are still around, $3,000 a pound. I'm sorry, not three. That's the legal market. They're dropping to around $1,500 to $2,000. So they're still beneath us, right? The perception in the public, and I'm sure you've heard this, is marijuana is so expensive to go to the stores. So expensive to go to the stores and buy edibles, which it is. It's so expensive to go to the store and buy flour, which it is. And that means consumers are less likely to give up their black market dealer who might deliver it directly to their house because that's convenient and that's what they're used to, unless we change that perception, right? Perception is reality. And if we increase the perception that the expense of legal marijuana is far more expensive than black market marijuana, then we're not going to stamp out and capture that remaining 40%. In fact, we might lose market share. This industry has worked really hard with this assembly to build the trust, this good relationship that we've had. We've had less than 2 years of actually operating. And if the chair would just give me 30 seconds to conclude.
Could you sum up, and then there's a question for you, so you can.
Okay. We've worked really hard to build trust with this assembly, and vice versa. The assembly has worked really hard to build trust with us because we didn't know each other yet. And I feel like my clients in this industry have proven themselves as very good, responsible business owners. We need more time to get out of the infancy stage. We need more time to be able to solidly build the foundation of these new business owners. Otherwise, you're going to have struggling business owners that might not be that great of actors. And we don't want that, and you don't want that, and nobody wants that. So we really urge you to consider voting no on this measure tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Jana. I wasn't sure you were going to finish, so I was going to give you the chance. Can you clarify for me your statement that you said there's never been a marijuana-caused death in the country? What did you say?
There's no marijuana overdoses or marijuana-caused cancer. There has been marijuana-induced, driving accidents for sure.
Yeah, I was just having you clarify, Counselor. Thank you.
Okay, there are no other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Sure. Sorry. Kim Cole, and I'm with Raspberry Roots. I understand that when you originally determined that the Assembly would be able to vote on increasing the tax by up to 2% every 2 years, that was 2 years ago, so according to the calendar, it is indeed time. However, we'd like to remember that the first stores didn't open until about 6 months after the decision during the winter of 2016. Not only were there very few of these stores open at the beginning for a grand total of only 1.5 years now, but they were also only open for limited hours and for only a few days a week for the first 6 to 8 months. So it's really only been in the last 12 months that most of the stores currently running in Anchorage have been fully operational, and many have been open for less than 6 months. Because of this, we are all very much still struggling to actually turn a profit, and most businesses usually don't turn profits for 3 to 5 years. By increasing our tax burden, stores will have one of two options, either increase prices or carry the burden of the additional tax themselves, cutting into margins that should be used to cover daily expenses. In reality, we are already struggling to compete with black market prices, so passing on this additional cost to the consumer really isn't an option because it will only strengthen that black market. So if you vote to increase our tax at this time, the Assembly would essentially be choosing to indirectly support the black market instead of our fledgling legitimate businesses in the industry. Again, the oldest retails have only been open for 1.5 years, and most have only been open and fully operational for less than a year. We cannot afford to increase prices, yet we cannot afford to absorb the additional burden. Meanwhile, my understanding is that the current taxes do already pay for the additional burden on the city for overseeing this industry. So asking for more money right now isn't actually a necessity. We do ask that you give this still immature industry the time to get our financial legs under us before making our businesses harder to run than they already are, just so we can fill a perceived budgetary gap in the municipality. Let the industry mature and prices to stabilize before creating additional burdens that will be more easily absorbed in 2 years. And I know that we were talking about all the amount. Mr. Croft, you mentioned 14%. I just did a couple of calculations. We kind of went over this a little bit. But right now, in the beginning, it was over $5,000 a pound. At this point, it is $2,500 a pound, which is greater than 32%. And it is just too much for us to bear. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. There is a question from Mr. Constant.
Hello there. Can you, in general numbers, tell us how much you've spent to open your business and what your timeline is to, and I don't mean specifics, but generally, what your timeline is to kind of absorb that cost into kind of moving forward?
So I've only actually had my cultivation opened last October. First sales from cultivation were in January. And then my retail opened in mid-April. So I've really only been open for, seed to sale for about 2 months. It cost a couple $1 million to get going.
Okay, a couple $1 million. So in 2 months, you've seen that kind of revenue, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, just kidding.
So how long do you
I
imagine
wish.
it takes you to kind of absorb the cost of investing in this business as an entrepreneur? When do you get to the point where you are able to absorb these kind of hits?
I don't know the definite date as to when that's going to happen, and obviously there's a lot of unknowns between now and then because there's going to be more stores opening, there's going to be more people fighting for customers. We don't know what the prices are going to be, although they probably will dip, but it could take years, years and years, easily.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please come forward. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Nick Miller. We have a business in Fairview, and I live in Chugiak. So
go ahead.
I guess I'll get started with there's approximately 50 marijuana businesses in Anchorage, just over 20 retail stores. And I believe the city is projecting they're going to collect $4.2 million in taxes this year. That would be just over $84,000 per business to administer the marijuana industry in Anchorage. I doubt that it's costing the city $84,000 per business to manage this industry. So I believe we're already contributing quite heavily to the tax burden that the property owners in Anchorage are paying today. We did ask to see what the current expenses are to administer the marijuana business in Anchorage, and I'm not sure that we've seen those numbers, and I'm just curious if we've been able to get those to date. And I guess at some point you guys will let us know. The other points I think we need to make is that these 50 businesses have invested over $50 million in Anchorage, and that raised the tax burden on those properties that they made those improvements to. There's an excess of 500 employees employed in Anchorage by the marijuana industry. They're adding to this economy. The marijuana industry is adding a lot to this economy that a lot of the general public don't take into account. I just don't think it's the right time, and the tax burden is very high, both federally and the state. And the economics to grow marijuana in Alaska are different. The tax rates in the different states may be a little higher, but they have 100-acre outdoor grows. And if you can imagine what it costs to run a 5,000 square foot warehouse with power, electric, AC units, think about it. It costs 5 times as much to grow a pound of marijuana in Alaska than it does in Oregon, California, or Colorado. So, and those are expenses that typically not all businesses can write off because of 280E. So the burden on these marijuana businesses is high now, and I know 2% doesn't seem like much, but it's going to seem like a lot to a business who is basically, we're going to eat that cost. We're not going to push that on to the consumer. I know that we have to advertise it as tax, but it is tax included in the advertised pricing.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions from Mr. Miller? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Please come forward, state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name's Dave Darden. I'm from municipality of Anchorage. Live over off Lakehurst Circle by Diamond and Jewel Lake. I believe one of our assembly members is retired. But yeah, I feel this issue. I was reading in I think it's the Anchorage Daily News now, our newspaper, about this y'all increasing this tax on the marijuana, and I think it was Chris Shute, I believe, director of the OECD, said city's requesting this for a couple of reasons: more money than anticipated, limited time frame. I guess you can do this every 2 years. If you don't do it now, you got to wait another 2 years, increase the tax, in my understanding. And he said that various departments were spending tremendous resources to work with marijuana business applicants, some of whom are brand new entrepreneurs in a brand new industry. Now, as the last speaker was saying, I don't see in that article, or I don't know if y'all published what those numbers are, but it seems to me like you're just trying to increase the tax because you got this 2-year period. You're not saying what was spent on this filling out paperwork and whatnot, but it probably doesn't add up to that much, is my guess, at least not to what this tax increase would be. And I just say, personally, I feel like the crime and whatnot in Anchorage, I think the opioid crisis has played into that, and all the car thefts and break-ins and so far, that is really an epidemic. It's increased a lot in my lifetime. Lived here my whole life, and I feel like if you do this, you kind of be contributing to that, because I think cannabis can help for people that are using those opioids as a safer alternative. It's also medicine for a number of people, and I feel like you should not increase this tax, and if you do, without really revealing the information of the numbers behind it, you're kind of just reaching into people's pockets, and I don't approve of that, and I will do what I can to make sure that you regret making that poor decision.
Thank you, Mr. Darden.
Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Darden? There don't appear to be any. Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
All right. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please come forward, state your name, and say what part of town you're from.
My name is Ashley Taborski. I'm the operations director for Hillside Natural Wellness, a retail marijuana store in South Anchorage. So I've seen how the national and local news media portrays marijuana businesses. They've painted a very vivid picture of us, with our pockets overflowing with cash and lines outside of our door and customers willing to pay any price for our products. That couldn't be farther from the truth. And mobile apps like Weedmaps allow customers to price shop retailers without ever stepping foot in our door. And as we've discovered, cannabis consumers are surprisingly price aware. So Hillside Natural Wellness has been open since January. And opening a retail marijuana store in 2018 is an entirely different experience than opening a store immediately after legalization. With ever-increasing competition and no license caps, we are financially fighting to keep our doors open. I didn't come from this industry, but the more people I have the opportunity to meet, it's very apparent that Alaska legalizing the cannabis industry has pulled a significant number of people out of the black market. Many black market producers were quick to shape up when a legal business became a viable option. But we're still competing against those black market operators who have chosen to stay black market, assuming the regulations and the high cost of doing legal business will keep them alive. Many black market customers would prefer to buy legal products if the legal market was cost competitive. Keeping the black market down needs to be a primary objective for our state, and we can't achieve that when legal, law-abiding businesses are forced to sell the exact same products at a substantially higher cost because of extra taxes. Please help ensure our retailers are able to stay financially competitive with the black market, and please vote no on increasing marijuana taxes. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Don't appear to be any. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Please state your name and where you're from.
Hello, my name is Kyle Denton. I'm from Jewel Lake area. I have a cultivation, manufacturing, and retail business in Midtown. I would like to say that I understand that the implementation probably did cost a lot more than the city ever expected. I mean, nothing ever looks like it does going up front, but you know, our business, I owned the building before we started. Our property tax was $6,000 going in. It's $20,000 now. I mean, there's some real benefits that are outside of it. We pay $30,000 a month to Chugach, which isn't directly a municipal entity, I know, but I mean, these are economic factors that the industry is providing. I've employed 30 people. I've had 12 people that have their 1-year PINs, so we've been, you know, we have a bunch of long-term employees that are happy, and we're supporting them. And it's really the biggest thing about what everybody is saying is it's really in its infancy. And to the subject of just adding it on, Anchorage people aren't used to seeing sales tax. You know, we tried to tack it on the top when we opened, and it just didn't work. You know, everybody, what? Your price is this, you know. So we sucked it back into the real price, and that's what's going to happen with the 2%. Or, you know, it's going to be the same issue. It's really, Anchorage doesn't understand sales tax, so. It's going to come down on a bunch of people who are going to be struggling over the next months and years because the industry is really kind of oversaturated in Anchorage. And I just think that, you know, some consideration for letting it develop, being as gentle as you can on it, will actually increase revenue in the long term. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denton. Is there any questions? Don't appear to be any. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Yeah, Bryant Thorpe, Arctic Herbery, Taku Campbell community. As my point I'd like to make is through the vote, through the license, the legalization, through the law writing, through everything that we put forth, I've always anticipated and expected that this is coming. But I've also anticipated and expected that it would be 2 years out, and it doesn't feel like it's 2 years out. I understand it has been 2 years since my license was approved, but in the opening, I fully expected that we'd have time to establish ourselves, and I don't believe that's been given to us by you guys moving right now to increase this. I fully anticipated not only this one, but the next one, and you guys hiking the prices up on us, or the tax up on us. But I really, really thought it would be fair. I thought you would do it as we expected, every 2 years beyond when we got moving. So I feel this is premature in every way. I feel that it's unfortunate that that's the way it was written when the laws were written, and that your hands are tied at this point. But I still feel that for you to move and act this quickly on the industry is entirely unfair to us and the community involved. So I'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Mr. Croft has a question for you. Mr. Croft.
So rather than the point where we legalized it, some people have been using the point where your business was licensed as the starting point. But you were actually selling marijuana there or giving it away before your license was issued, right?
No, I was not. If you want to talk about the giving away of the thing that went through, yeah, that's not taxes.
No,
that was also much, that was in November, which is also still only a year and a half, ago. So even at that point, we're still premature on this.
That's what I asked. So that was about a month earlier?
Yeah. You guys delayed me for 5 weeks over it. So 5 weeks before December 7th would have been the day that happened, essentially.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Any other questions? Don't appear to be any. Thank you for your time. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Oh, here comes somebody. Couple people. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Anita Bradbury, Southside.
I'm sorry, could you pull it closer? We can't hear you.
Anita Bradbury, Southside. I'm the retail manager of Great Northern Cannabis, and I just wanted the assembly to know that, yes, this is actually, you're saying a 2%, but this is actually a 40% increase from where we currently are. and it doesn't go unnoticed. Across the board, cannabis companies do pay about 80% in taxes across the board, as in comparison to a regular retail store, which is about 36%. So we are heavily taxed already in this industry, and we truly hope that you will extend and allow us to definitely settle this industry a little more and push out the black market a little more. Just give us a little more time, please. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question from Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so I'm tracking the numbers, you mentioned that 2% is actually a 40% increase. How is that exactly? Could you walk me through it?
Currently, it's at 5%. If you increase it another 2% from where it currently is, that puts it 40% more than what you're collecting currently.
Oh, okay, I see. I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Bradbury? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else like to testify? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Will Schneider. I'm from the East Side. I am the founder of Catalyst Cannabis Company. We have a cultivation in Midtown. We have a retail store in South Anchorage. And I'm just going to echo a lot of the other things that I've heard this evening. Firstly, with the increase of the tax, even though it's supposed to be passed on to the consumer and the customer, it's going to be absorbed by every single business in Anchorage, just like it is right now. I'm not going to raise my prices, so I'm going to be, losing income because my prices are going to stay the same. We're all competing for the same market share. It's a very competitive industry. So if someone else is going to come in with a lower price, I'm not going to say, well, I'm raising my prices because of taxes. I'm going to be competitive to get that market share. Additionally, as Mr. Moore said, and several others, we have a much higher burden on the federal, state, and local level than many other businesses or any other industry, really. Alaskan municipality in Anchorage is really focused and takes pride in mom and pop businesses. As a lot of people are struggling in this fledgling industry, just a small increase really pushes a lot of additional burden on us. We can't write off certain things. We have additional taxes at the state level. The taxes have proportionally gone up on the state level, as we've already discussed. So, I don't want to be squeezed out when all these businesses are struggling. And I think this increased tax, even though it seems small and insignificant, it's huge to these people that are starting up, myself included. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Schneider? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please come forward, state your name and what part of town you're from.
Chris Usher, South Side, and owner of RC Tinderbox. I already emailed all of you. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody is saying, that I don't support this tax. So.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I do actually have a question for you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So you have a pretty interesting story. And I have visited many of the grows and many of the retail establishments. I've got a goal of seeing them all. And you've had some real struggles. Can you, for just briefly a few minutes, narrate the fiscal struggles you've had in getting your doors open and starting to produce so that people on the body can understand the expenses that are going on before revenues are ever seen, not revenues, but profits are ever seen, any kind of positive gain? Can you just illustrate that for us?
I'll try. It's been 2 years, almost 3, of struggles. But starting from MOA to Chugach blowing up our building to...
Describe what that is. What happened there, Chugach?
They hooked up the wrong transformer to our building. So when we turned it on, everything blew. Everything in the building blew. All the subcontractors' tools, all of my office equipment, everything, even the heater was out. And for 3 months, we dealt with Chugach trying to fix that problem. But they expected, because we had money, or we didn't, but that we would just cover it and they would they would kind of minimize the payment and pay us. And which I told them, no, we weren't willing to do that. I didn't have the money to fix what they screwed up. So they did end up paying us what we asked for, and that was good. But that was just
How long did that take?
3 months. Parking took 3 months, but they finally worked with us, and they were really good there. When we first, we were one of the first people in MOA and decided to go for our license. MOA told us that we could not do our application at the same time that we were going for our building permits, which that cost us 8 months. You know, so it's been a challenge from day one.
So every one of those months, what's happening in your bank account?
Not a whole lot, because now we have a new issue that we're dealing with. So we haven't been fully operational yet, but we
So
still
every month, money's going out.
about $70,000 a month to run my facility. Yes.
Okay. And so are you
And I
also?
made $5,000 last month.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. There are no other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name, my name is Jane Stinson. I'm with Enlighten Alaska. And I wanted to stand up here and let you guys know that I do not support the tax. I don't think that I can give you any more information that hasn't already been said about our nascent industry, but one thing I can say from a personal level is that, I think we as Alaskans, when we got into this industry, most of us are families. So we scraped together money. We used our savings, our pension, and put everything out on the line for this. And it took us a long time to get to where we were even able to open the doors. So our business opened, we were one of 5 businesses that opened fairly early. We've been open for about 16 months now. And we feel like babies, where we're just learning the language that we're all trying to learn. We're getting all our systems down. We've definitely got our taxes in order, and it's just a lot. I feel lucky that we got a good head start. I really am feeling for the people that are going to come behind us, the newborns who are going to be out there with that 7% tax right off the bat. So I just want you to know that from my point of view as a retail owner for 16 months, it is tough, and we're going to take a big hit now, if it happens now. We're ready for it, but it just seemed like it came very quickly. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to testify on this item?
Aaron Ralph, RALPH, and I'm from Chugiak. Just wanted to bring something to light that it cost the city $600,000 apparently to implement this program. And the city has also raised $3.5 million in taxes, so I believe we've definitely covered the expenses that it cost the city in order to implement this program. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Any other testimony? I'm sorry. Ms. Naboski has a question for you, sir.
Just more of a clarifying comment. The information we have is it costs $615,000.
Okay.
And there's annual costs, and we'll get into that during debate, but you're right on point.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Yes, sir. My name is Justin Connaher, Connaher. I don't use this product. I have no desire to use this product. However, I think it's much too early to add this additional tax burden to these young businesses. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Hi, my name's Angela Yin, and I am the owner of AM Delight over on Spenard. This is a new industry, but we are not ready for an extra tax at this time. A lot of things are shipped into Alaska. It's hard to compare us to other states where people can come and go in the state easily. We do have tourism is one of our main incomes here in Alaska, and it only lasts for a few months. So if you add an extra tax on right now while we're in our infancy, then a lot of us will struggle through winters when there's not tourists and things like that. So I'm just asking to give us at least another 2 years.
Okay, there are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? No? Okay. Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Croft, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Discussion. Oh, sorry, Ms. Dombrowski.
Clearly, no one wants to go first. Do you want to do the numbers first? Okay. All right, just to get the numbers on the record, I appreciate the response given by the administration. Mr. Wilbur, will you help me put these on the record? As far as the startup costs, it was a municipality, and then the annual costs for implementing oversight to the marijuana industry?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski. So I reached out to the departments and asked them two questions. What was their original startup costs based on the information that I could gather from them? Those that I was able to get information from, the total amount of the startup was about $615,000. We know that there were probably some others, but those were the numbers that I could verify. The estimated annual cost from the departments based on the information that they had, and these are, I would say, conservative, were between $340,000 and $354,000 a year, and that's basically in licensing, permitting, inspecting, some legal support, and a lot of just answering questions and supporting the industry. So the only department that I didn't get annual costs on was from the police department, and so that's I know they do take activity and actions as it relates to the marijuana industry, but probably not directly related to the business. It's probably more related to DUI. So anyway, that's the information I was able to obtain and provided to you.
On the cost portion. And now can you recap for us the expected annual revenue and the total revenue thus far we've collected?
Yes, just a moment. So I provided you three pieces of information as it relates to budget. The actual amount of revenue that was received in 2016 in marijuana tax and the licenses that we received is about almost 45,000. In 2017, it was about 1.3 million. The budget that we have in 2018 is 3.5 million, and since we're basically, and then I believe these numbers were through June, we have a little more than 800,000 in actuals received in 2018.
And the 3 million and some change, that is with the inclusion of the additional tax?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. Now let me ask you, I'm going to switch gears here for just a minute. A third quarter starts July 1? Yes?
Yep.
Are we closed yet for 2017?
I'm sorry?
Are we closed yet for 2017?
We are not.
Can you give me with definite specificity what our 2017 budget looks like? Do we have a surplus or do we have a deficit, and if so, how much?
So I can't tell you with certainty, but what I can, but based on the information the latest information I received from the finance department, where we are in 2017, it does look like that we will have some surplus, but I don't know what the final number would be until they close the books.
Okay, with some, can you give us a basic estimate?
The last figure I have is right around 2 million.
Right around 2 million. Mr. Wilbur, I so appreciate your help here. Thank you very much. Okay, so what I just did is I clearly laid out where we are at. Clearly, the industry has already paid for its cost. Clearly, you're covering your cost. My biggest challenge, well, I have a lot of challenges when it comes to instituting new taxes, let's be honest. First, I made a commitment when I was elected to this body that I would not support any new tax unless I felt the government was spending your money well, as is. Do I believe that's the case? No. I think there's a lot of opportunities here. We just see we're paying almost $200,000 for a homeless coordinator. This SM administration has handed out significant raises to non-reps to the tune of $20,000 to $30,000 a person in some incidences. I think there's a lot of areas where we need to go, but when we're going to tax anybody, whatever industry it is, or if it's the general population who are ultimately the consumers, I think we should have a definitive idea of how much money we have. I think we should have a definitive idea whether we need to tax. Now, the argument will be made, it's a good idea to raise this tax because this is going to offset property taxes. That's the argument. That's their argument that they will make. The one thing I will remind you, and some of you who have been here throughout the process, no, I have said this more than once, be careful what you ask for when it comes to the government. Be careful. This industry asked to be taxed and regulated, which was beyond my comprehension. I have no idea why you would ask the government to come into your business and tax and regulate you. I guess that's the libertarian in me. But they passed and put it on the ballot an ability to raise this tax up to 12% without the voters ever having the opportunity to readdress this issue again. I did not support the marijuana tax that was on the ballot, simply because you gave up your opportunity to really have leverage in this discussion as they raise taxes. If this tax fails tonight, which you have a chance, frankly, you're down one member, so all you have to do is effectively sway 5 members, which you may have done, I'm not sure. If it fails tonight, it will be back. Mark my words, it'll be back. It may be back next year or the year after, but I don't think they'll stop till they hit 12%. And then the next thing you'll have the same thing that the alcohol industry is constantly battling, a very expensive fight at the ballot box. And this is one of those things you should just be prepared for. This body comes and goes, the faces change, but one thing that I've seen consistently is they love to tax. And so no matter what happens tonight, it is in everyone's best interest when it comes to their local government to stay involved, communicate as well as you can, but you can guarantee I am going to be a no vote. I don't believe the administration has demonstrated a need, nor do I think they have been the best stewards of taxpayer money. Therefore, I will not vote to give them more of it.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. We're going to have a lot of discussion tonight. Please hold your applause. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to try to hit some high points that I don't feel have been covered. We have a couple of dozen retail shops currently open in Anchorage selling marijuana. We have approximately, for rough figures, 250,000 adults in this town. We have one shop for every 10,870 people. We have 503 alcohol licenses in this town. That's one for every 497 people. Wow. Estimated alcohol sales in the municipality of Anchorage last year, $300 million. Just some numbers for you to think about out there in TV land. Taxes paid by the alcohol industry to the Muni of Anchorage, 0. I was in small businessman for many years, and if there were a sales tax on pizza, if you gave me 5-day notice for a 2% increase, or actually it turns out a 40% increase from 5 to 7% tax, I'd have went through the roof. And if any other retailers across the state were given a 5-day notice for that large of an increase, they'd be Googling where they could buy some tar and feathers. And another thing that might happen if we continue to raise this tax, people don't have to open these businesses here in Anchorage. I already know of at least two that a construction friend of mine built out in the valley because they felt it was too expensive and too difficult to get open here in Anchorage. And I don't know how many others there are. I'm sure there's many others. So we could very well end up pricing ourselves out of this market completely. We don't have many growth industries, and I'm not trying to be funny, here going on in Anchorage right now. Other than healthcare, everything else has pretty much been on the downside the last few years. This particular industry has hired at least 500 people and created 500 new jobs over the last 2 years. And that's not to mention all the contractors and subcontractors and architects and lawyers and everyone else that have been kept in business because of the money that they're spending to get those businesses up and operating. So I just think increasing the tax at this point is unfair, and I believe we would end up shooting ourselves in the foot. And there's other choices for people, other places. I even heard someone decided that instead of opening here, they were going to go to California. There's several states besides Alaska that have legalized recreational marijuana, and their regulations and taxes could be lower than ours. I think we need to be careful that we don't kill the goose that laid the golden egg, as the proverbial saying goes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Dan Moore, have we had any problem collecting the tax in the marijuana industry at all?
Through the chair to Mr. Trainee, we have not had any significant problem to date.
Thank you. Lance, you heard Mr. Peterson say we get no tax at all on the alcohol industry. Is that correct?
True.
Yet when you think about all the damage they caused to this town, the hospitality industry, so to say, the marijuana, we haven't had a problem with marijuana in this town to the degree we have with alcohol. And I asked this body to at least send the voters alcohol tax, and nobody on here voted with me on that. So I'm voting against this, quite frankly, until you're ready to step up and vote for an alcohol tax and send the voters. I'm a no vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. You know, I've been gone through and listened to this, and we've had work sessions on this for people who are only watching this evening. And, you know, I can understand the need for more revenue, and we have a huge amount of expenses that we hear about every meeting. And to add this 2% would be a huge benefit for us. But I'm not prepared to vote for this. I think we see a couple problems with this industry. We budgeted $3.5 million this year, but we're way, way below expectations. So the industry is not doing as well as we hoped. And we've also heard that, you know, this increase in the tax would at least hold the city's income somewhat steady because the retail price is dropping for marijuana, which looks good for the municipality, but for the retailers, this is a real stinker. It's a double whammy because not only is their selling price going down significantly, but now we're going to take 2% more. But I also say we do get and have gotten a substantial increase in tax already out of this industry and every business. Right now, if we heard from someone that they've got $50 million invested, and I don't know if that's a valid number or not, perhaps not to question you, I just don't know, but that would be $800,000 in property taxes roughly, and that pretty much covers your costs right there. But we also, when we increased the personal property tax deduction this year, shifted that tax burden to commercial properties and to business inventory. So we've already hit every business, including these growing businesses, with substantial increase in taxes, and that's hurting every business. So as tempting as it is to get the revenue that we really do need to solve problems in this town, I can't support putting the burden on this industry. I won't support this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, as I said in talking to some of the presenters, I was on record as supporting the legalization of marijuana when it was not as popular as it has become. And I did it because I thought the comparison to alcohol and certainly other drugs made sense, that it was much less damaging than those. And it could help us pay for the things we needed to do in all kinds of other areas. The tax structure we have on this business is not onerous compared to other states. Certainly not onerous compared to it being a felony before, guys. And 47% of Alaskans voted against legalizing it. We won 53-47, and largely on the promise that there would be some revenue to solve a lot of the problems we're facing. So I find it understandable but disappointing that when the time comes to do that, according to the limits that everyone agreed on, it's a no. And it clearly is, I think, going to be a no here today. So, congratulations. But we're asking for this money to do significant things, to work on homelessness, which costs much more than that. To reduce property taxes. Some of this goes for money that we can use for valuable things, and some that would reduce every business and homeowner's property taxes. And it's within the parameters that we agreed to. So I am still a yes vote. I think the paradigm that I argued for years, maybe even decades ago, still makes sense. That it makes more sense than what we had before to legalize it, but have it pay and this is a reasonable request. So I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we have 23 retailers, a few dozen more wholesalers and growers in that whole business, 500 jobs. All of these people have gone through our permitting process and come and sat in Mr. Weddleton's committee. Every one of them practically had to file a change of use on their building, which was tremendously expensive and not accounted for in any of the revenue calculations. In fact, permitting and inspection and reinspection and reinspection and reinspection was all paid for by the businesses, and they're still all absorbing the costs. All the while, the industry is slowly growing. The black market is fading and has faded by some 50 to 60% in a short amount of time, but that market is still there. I saw someone in line in a downtown business smoking, saying, "I got this on the black market," when I asked him where he got it. The revenue we've seen apparently the expense we've seen costs $350,000 a year, other than the startup costs, which might be conservative, even double it, $700,000 if you wanted to be not conservative. And we project $3.5 million of income, so that's some 10 times what the cost is we're collecting to spend on the important and good things of this city that we need to do. These new businesses are, if we were to vote yes on this, going to face bankruptcy and consolidation. And I think that it was said very best by the individual in the plaid shirt who has not smoked, but his quote was, it's just much too early. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Any amendments on this item? All right, please vote on this item. That fails 2-8. All right, we are now to item 14K, resolution number AR 20.
Mr. Chair, could we just take a 5-minute break, catch our breath after that? This next one's going to take a while.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
All right, 5-minute break, everyone.
After we beat that to death.
We have We are now on to item 14K, resolution number AR 2018-186, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly rendering a decision following a public hearing for Assembly-initiated review of applicants' requests for modifications of the limited alcohol beverages conditional use permit with special conditions for a restaurant eating place approved by AR 2015-261S as amended for AK Alchemist LLC, doing business as AK Alchemist, holder of liquor license number 5367. Ms. Pearson, Wynn Pearson, you are in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we start, I wanted to offer some points on process. Since this is an extraordinary process, this is not a normal public hearing process. It's a quasi-judicial action on a limited conditional use permit, of which there's only one in the municipality. So we have a somewhat unique process to follow. Initially, so as an initial note with respect to jurisdiction, the reason that this decision is before this body is because in 2015, when this applicant applied for a site plan approval for a restaurant or eating place alcoholic beverage land use, that request was denied by the Director of Planning and appealed in accordance with code to the Assembly. In approving a time-limited conditional use permit through AR number 2015-261S, the Assembly elected to retain jurisdiction over subsequent review of that conditional use permit, which includes modification, extension, or early termination. That conditional use permit has at this point effectively expired. It's been extended to allow for this public hearing. The purpose of this hearing is twofold. That original resolution in 2015-261S stated that prior to any Assembly extension of the conditional use permit, the Assembly was to hold a public hearing on applicants' progress toward the long-term development of the parcel at issue. And the second purpose for this hearing is that the applicant has submitted materials at this point requesting modification of the conditions of the conditional use permit and a permanent extension of the conditional use permit. For the hearing process, we will follow the process that would otherwise be applicable to a conditional use permit modification under 2110-302B of the Code of Regulations. So we'll start by allowing staff to present their staff report on this issue. Following that, the applicant will receive 10 minutes to address their points, their requests to this body, and their report to this body. And they may reserve a maximum of 5 minutes for rebuttal at the conclusion of a public hearing. After the applicant has a chance to speak, the open public hearing will follow with the standard 3-minute limitations for individuals and 5 minutes for representatives of community councils. Pursuant to Title III, you are not required to issue a written decision on this public hearing tonight. You may elect to conclude the hearing and continue to a future special meeting at which you would like to adopt written findings if you don't reach agreement tonight or you'd like more time. Again, you have 15 days. There isn't another regularly scheduled Assembly meeting within that time period, but you could set a special meeting to help assist in reaching agreement tonight. As we discussed at the work session last week, Assembly Council and I have crafted the AR to provide you with basically 4 options which you can further amend at will, and to hopefully encapsulate the various different paths you might go down for decision. Again, not required to reach a decision on any of those options tonight, but you certainly, our hope is that you might be able to. A written decision of this body will be the final administrative decision of the municipality on this matter, subject to appeal directly to the Superior Court in accordance with state law, and the 30-day period for appeal will run from the date of distribution of the final written decision of this body. And with that, I will turn it over to staff to start their staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. So you're going to have to continue to walk us through this process slowly, because you said it is a very unique process. Hopefully the clerk can help us as well. So you said it's time for the staff report. So it's not the applicant at this point.
No, at this point, the staff, so I believe Mr. McLaughlin is as the representative of the planning staff, will deliver a staff report. They have gathered feedback from the various departments that have reviewed the application and will be prepared to offer the planning staff opinion on whether or not the application should be granted.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. So, planning staff, if you could state your name for the record and then give your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Francis McLaughlin, and I'm a planner in the Municipal Planning Department. I'll start with some of the history. In 2015, AK Alchemist applied to the Planning Department for an alcohol license site plan review. The department denied the application, citing that Alaska Alchemist had been permitted as a coffee cart mobile food unit and not as a building. Page 348 of your packet has the Planning Department's denial decision letter. AK Alchemist appealed the Planning Department's decision to the Assembly, and the Assembly approved a limited conditional use for alcohol with AR 2015-261S as amended. Page 334 of your packet has the beginning of that Assembly resolution. Section 4 of this Assembly resolution states, the scope of review may include potential modification of the conditions, permit extension, or early termination. These provisions shall apply. In support of the appeal, applicant seeks to advance applicant's development plans for a permanent structure on the applicant's property. Applicant has developed its current mobile food unit business and requests discretionary action from the Anchorage Assembly to advance long-term development plans by Assembly approval of the current application, guided by Anchorage 2020 and the Anchorage Downtown Comprehensive Plan. Prior to any Assembly action to extend the duration of this limited permit, the applicant shall provide a report to the Anchorage Assembly on the applicant's progress towards the long-term development of this parcel. This is the criteria by which the Assembly would consider an extension of the limited conditional use for alcohol. Now, page 308 of your packet shows the site plan that was submitted with their original application. That's on page 308. The following page, 309, shows a rendering of a mixed-use development that AK Alchemist wrote was being designed for the property to replace the coffee cart mobile food unit that was there at the time. The next page, 310, has the 2017 deed change for the sale of the property from AK Alchemist to Brian Shute. Page 326 begins the lease agreement where AK Alchemist leases the land for their coffee cart mobile food unit on land owned by Brian Shute. The Assembly resolution granting the limited conditional use for alcohol expired on March 31st of this year. The Assembly has now extended it twice, which brings us to today. AK Alchemist has submitted a request for renewal of their conditional use for alcohol and removing the term limit that exists currently so that the alcohol conditional use would be unlimited. AK Alchemist is requesting expansion of their service area to include additional connexes. It's at least 2 additional connexes that are already on the property and currently being used by the business. There are now 5 connexes total on the property, one of which is permitted as a coffee cart mobile food unit, the original one. The other 4 connexes are not permitted as mobile food units. There's a stairway to the rooftop of 3 of the connexes, which are pushed together, which is intended for Connex rooftop food and beverage service. No permitting was obtained for this. You can see page 437 of your packet for a photograph of the rooftop service area. AK Alchemist is requesting that the health code and the building code be amended to allow mobile food units to connect to AWU Public Water and Sewer and NSTAR natural gas lines. AK Alchemist is also seeking that the Assembly lift the protest of the alcohol license. You can read from the comments of municipal reviewing agencies in your packet. The Department of Health and Human Services comments are on page 316 of your packet. If you want to see what DHHS says, it's on page 316. The building officials' comments on this case are on the next page, 317. Representatives from DHHS, Shelley Griffith, Building Safety, Bill Peterson, and AWU, Paul Hatcher, are here to answer your questions about the health code, the building code, and water and sewer permitting. The Planning Department is recommending denial of the petitioner's request for the same reasons as before. AK Alchemist is a coffee cart mobile food unit temporary structure, not a restaurant building. I would add that a building has to comply with the zoning code requirements for site design, but a temporary structure does not, such as landscaping, parking, sidewalks, etc. But if the Assembly approves the petitioner's request for continuation of an alcohol conditional use, then the department recommends 15 conditions of approval, which are listed in the S version of your assembly resolution. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we have municipal staff here as well.
Thank you, Planning Department. So is there someone else here, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, who you'd like to testify next before we go on to the applicant?
No, at this time you may move on to the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, you will have 10 minutes.
Or I could ask questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I actually have 4, not for Mr. Coffey, but I think for Francis or whoever. But a couple. One is I think there's some issue with the deck. The deck is currently not as it was originally described. Is that correct? I got a nod, yes.
That's correct.
So, but is that something hard to fix? Can he just do another site plan showing the way it is, and then it's probably okay?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton, that's essentially correct. The Assembly can approve whatever they choose, and if the petitioner's application is approved tonight, the way it's written is that it would be approved as the site as it is today. The longer story, the background on this is that the Assembly in 2015 approved this limited alcoholic beverages conditional use, and it wasn't really accompanied with a site plan. The approval was subject to them building a deck that was no more than 500 square feet, but variations on that could be approved by the planning department. And so after they had built the deck and it was discovered, the size of it and that, the applicant asked for approval from the planning department for this variation for a 820 square foot deck. We administratively approved it, subject to them giving us a site plan, because we don't just sort of approve just words. We need a drawing to add to the file to back it up. And they've now provided an as-built drawing of the property with this application, but it wasn't provided 2 years ago at the time.
Oh, okay, that's great. So that's kind of a done, solved problem. Good. We're moving right along. I guess he's breaking a rule by letting people into the mobile food unit to order. And this would say he can't do that because code's pretty clear on that no, you can't do that. But I know that some are doing it because I've been in some of these, and it seems like it's not a problem. When I've done it, it seems sensible that you could walk in. I was in theirs too in the winter, and you're in there, you order, then you go outside and eat your cookie or whatever. So if we were to propose a code change so that there would be allowed to go in to mobile food units to order, is that something you think would face difficulties?
I don't know that anyone here tonight is prepared to respond to the question whether or not public occupancy should be allowed for a mobile food unit. Bill, do you want to respond to that? Or the mobile food unit rules are in the Title 23 and Title 16, so in the building code, and no public occupancy is allowed. So nobody's allowed inside of a mobile food unit or coffee cart except for the employees. And so this site has the drive-through service where people order through a window like a typical coffee cart, but they also have this area where people were dining inside until recently, but people are also able to go in and order. Is that an issue for another day? Or right? I don't think that we can speak to whether or not it's a good idea to allow public occupancy.
I would expect that to be coming to you fairly soon, and we'll see what happens with it. Then, additionally, they have a temporary hookup to water and sewer, which seems like a prudent thing to do and generally a good thing to do, but they're not allowed to do it. And we've heard that that was supposed to come forward as a change to code 2 years ago. It didn't happen. So if that were to come at you fairly soon, do you think that would be something that would see obstacles, or would it be fairly easy to get that change?
Do you want to respond to that? I'd defer to Paul Hatcher from AWU.
Paul Hatcher, H-A-T-C-H-E-R, from Anchorage Water Wastewater Utility. Currently, mobile units aren't allowed to connect to water. This property put in what's called a private system to do for a commercial lot. They stubbed water and sewer to the property and then connected to it. Currently, they have kind of a quasi-connection. It's not actually in the structure. If code were to change to allow us to do that, then that would be code. But currently, anything on property is done by the Development Services Division. So it's basically, we stop at the property line.
But would you see if it were changed so he could allow to do, it's called a quick hookup, I guess? I don't even know what that means.
It'd actually be better if it wasn't that way, because there's possibility of contamination if there's.
I see.
If it wasn't a permanent connection. That's the dilemma. It's not a permanent connection.
Is there a way to do it safely?
With a non-permanent structure, probably not.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that may be coming towards you, and we'll hash it out then. So I have one more to the chair. Is that all right?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. So we have 4 options on this S version, and if we were to go with the 4th option, which basically lets this continual use permit be unlimited, but they have to meet a variety of requirements. If we say you get this and it's unlimited, is there an incentive for the business owner to meet the requirements, or he's good to go? I mean, what sanctions would there be if he doesn't make the changes required or meet the conditions?
I guess you could cite him. Huh? You want to speak then?
Chris is giving the counsel.
Mr. Chair, I might be able to speak to that. I mean, I think then you'd be back in the same situation that any individual is with conditions on a conditional use permit. They would be the conditions could be enforced through the code violation process or through some, or this, if any inspector noticed that there was an issue, they could be fined or they could receive a notice of violation, but there would be no structured check-in to make sure that the conditions were met in the way that there was in this time-limited permit.
So he'd be able to sell alcoholic beverages, but he could rack up a bunch of fines if he doesn't get that.
Well, you would have the check of the license renewal process. So the alcohol license would continue to come up, and if there were a series of violations that had been noted by building safety or by fire, those items would be something you'd be aware of at the time of the alcohol license renewal. So you would have that still.
Okay, but the CUP would stick. But
The
you
CUP
could,
would
you
remain,
could
yes.
challenge the license at some point.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I recognize our time frame, but I want to go through real quickly with staff, their memo, and the conditions that they think have been violated from our original 2015 261S. So as briefly as you can, on the first condition, there was a condition that clients shall not consume any food or beverage in the MFU, the mobile food unit. Okay. Did they violate that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How do we know?
Well, they in their application have granted that up until recently, people have been served and sat and dined inside the mobile food unit, and some of the people in this room have dined in.
Okay, and that's the 4 chairs or whatever that we knew were in there. And people were served both food and alcohol in there?
No, the alcohol service was only on the deck.
Okay, so it was served food inside. And that's the violation of 1. I understand the food and alcohol at the same time. That's somewhat confusing. 2, they're in compliance with.
Yeah.
3, there were a
Mr.
number
Croft,
of...
what page are you on?
I'm on his staff memo, going through the conditions that start on page 2, and they go condition by condition.
It's 303, right?
Thank you.
303 in your packet, sorry. And so 1 is the dining in. And then when did they put that sign up that we see in the packet from the applicant?
Recently.
Okay. So that was a continuing violation that was only recently fixed.
My understanding is that some of these conditions, there was an attempt to resolve them since the protest of the alcohol license in May.
Maybe May. 2 is in compliance. 3, there are a number of issues. The first one in your list is they had 4 different notice of permit requirements and a $4,000 fine. right?
That's correct.
The second one is again the dining in, so that's the fire marshal talking about those same 4 chairs, but it's sort of confirmation of it.
Yes.
And then 3 is parking.
Yes, the issue of parking, if you provide parking, then you have to build a parking lot. And they allow for parking on the property, but they haven't built a parking lot.
And 4 is the banner sign that's also under your condition 8. There was both a banner sign and the sign contained advertised alcoholic beverages, so sort of 2 aspects of the signage.
Yes.
5 on my list now. 4 connexes, you list that they had on the property that's not allowed. Did you say that they were allowing customer access to the tops of the connexes?
There are pictures on their webpage showing people consuming alcohol on top of the...
Okay. Condition 4, then, is the deck. So on the deck, they have in their packet a memo saying you approve the 820 expansion. But do I have it right that we said no more than 500 feet? They built an 820 without permission, and so that's a violation of what we told them to do. And then you require a site plan to approve it, and when did you get that site plan?
With this application.
So there was a continuing violation both of our 500 square foot limit and your requirement for a sign plan. And then on number 8, no, that's the signs of alcohol. That's great. And then all the way to 13, copy of the conditions, you say does not comply. How do you know they didn't put up copies of the conditions on the site?
Because they weren't following any of the conditions of approval, and it's through discussions with the applicant. They asked me to provide them with a copy of it because they didn't have one on site.
Okay, that gets me to 7. And then 8 is, in terms of areas of violations, there was a fire report. Is that in our packet now? I know I saw it at the committee, a recent fire inspection that found violations.
There was a fire inspection done on Friday that found some issues.
Is that in our packet, or I know you handed it out then, but...
I forwarded it to the clerk's office to distribute to...
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you. That's what I needed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Becky, could we simply take no action on this?
You can. I think that for the sake of a clean record, the first option on the AR is drafted as you sort of affirmatively taking no action, saying, yes, we elect to select this option, we're not taking any action, so that if we're trying to piece back through the record over time in the future, we have that documenting that you elected to take no action to continue the CUP, allowing it to expire. You could also just elect not to pass anything tonight if you choose that option, and then the permit would expire.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I came into the room after you had already started. So I just want to understand from legal that are we treating this as a quasi-judicial hearing?
We are. We're treating, and process-wise, staff is delivering their staff report, and then the applicant will have 10 minutes to speak specifically to their application, and they may reserve time for rebuttal after the public hearing.
Okay, and I asked because it probably was a little bit overkill. This is the first quasi-judicial hearing I've been a part of when it's, with this specifically, when it's the full body. Usually it's been a hearing panel. And typically when we do this, we usually swear in the witnesses. But I just wanted to make sure I wasn't lost and I was following. I wanted to cover a couple of things. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I think before the Assembly can make any determinations, there's certain things that have to be established in the record. And if you go back and look to our decision last time, it was fully vetted. We actually had findings of fact, and we had conclusions of law, and then we had a decision. And it might seem redundant, but especially because I've actually been on hearing panels that have been remanded from the court, it's very important when you're in hearings like this. In the last one, I recall, it took probably 2 or 3 weeks to write it. I'm trying to remember. Look, I'm looking at Mr. Coffey because I know he was there. So my point in all of this is not a typical assembly resolution, and I think some of the record has to be explored here, because if you treat it like a trial, which effectively is what we're doing, I think we have to go back to Francis's testimony. Francis, you were talking about the Department of Health and Human Services, and you were, I think it was page 30 something, and you were talking about their memorandum. Do you recall which page that was on in our packet?
.316 of your packet is DHHS's comments, and 317 is the building official. There are other reviewing agency comments.
Okay.
In that.
Specifically to DHHS, because you pointed out that memo. Could you read to me the last line on their memo?
The invoice was paid on.
That's not the last line. The last line.
The protest was rescinded immediately after the annual permit, and late fees were paid.
Okay. So my understanding is someone here from Department of Health and Human Services?
Could you repeat what page you're on?
316 of our packet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just say your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Shelley Griffith, and I am from the Department of Health and Human Services Environmental Health Program.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. As I read the document in front of us, dated May 30th, 2018, it looks like this is from you.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks to me, as I read this, the Department of Health and Human Services did remove any protests to this particular applicant after the fees were paid. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's all. And then I want to go back to a question, Francis, if I can. Mr. Croft asked you about this deck. The deck, in the initial assembly resolution that allowed for this, the deck is clearly over 500 feet. Was there an opportunity, if they did build a deck over 500 feet, which I believe you testified to already, but I want to just recategorize this here. Just because they built a deck bigger than 500 feet, there was a mechanism in order to get that approved. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, that's correct.
And even if it was today, at this point, at this moment, has the applicant done those things to make that deck compliant with what was said to have been done before or need to be done before?
The application before us includes a site plan, which is what we had requested.
And previously, so then effectively, they have notified the department, they have provided the site plan, and the department at some point had approved it, but they needed the drawing, correct?
That's right.
Thank you. I'm going to have more commentary on this. I do want to follow up on Mr. Weddleton's comments about the Quick Connect. I think I was the one back in the day that was going to be actually putting forward the resolution or the change in code to allow for mobile food carts to potentially hitch up to water and sewer. There was substantial discussion about how actually this might be a positive thing in the realm of health and safety and cleanliness in general. But the reason it wasn't brought forward, it was simply my decision. I wanted to wait to see what happened after 2 years, because I don't generally just like jumping in to change codes for one applicant, but this was a test case scenario. So I really wanted to give it a full time to see how this worked and if it was an avenue that the assembly should really go down. So I didn't bring it forward. My expectation, though, is if this applicant's application is continued, if they're allowed to continue service, my expectation, and I have talked to at least one other assembly member specific about potential changes to health and safety codes and what we might be reviewing, I expect to bring it forward. I think anytime we can improve cleanliness, connecting to water and sewer, I think if there's a reasonable chance to do that, I'll do it. But that's the reason it hasn't been done yet. I just simply wanted to wait and see what happened, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. I would also note in the staff report on page 320, the Fire Clio Hills report on the last point, the individuals, Francis, who, well, actually, I have a different question. And I don't know who the proper person is to answer this. Can an employee of a business that serves alcohol consume alcohol on premise? The answer is yes, really. That's a rhetorical question. So, okay, now on page 320, you'll see it states, number 3, alcohol is consumed in areas other than on the deck. The Facebook page photos show a DJ on the Connex consuming from a beer can. So is it actually illegal to have a staff person or a contractor providing services to you up above working, right, and having a beer while they're working? Because that's what the report says to me. I don't know, right? If you look there, it says a DJ was consuming beer from a can.
I think I'm confused by your question. Is your question to the chair whether or not it's illegal for, because my understanding is there's a couple of things tied up in that. My understanding is there's no alcohol service area on the top of the structure. I think it's just a consumption area. So it's not, my understanding is there's not an actual bar facility up on top. But it's also a building code question about whether or not the elevated deck structure can be legally occupied. I think there's a lot of things tied up in your question about the legality of the behavior.
I'm not sure, but it seems like it wasn't actually, from what's in the report before me, the public consuming alcohol up there. It was actually a member of the staff or a contractor, is what it looks like to me. So then you move to page 323, and there's actually a miracle here. So if you have spent any time in the planning department and you work with the traffic engineer, you know that she has one job, and that's to say no. Right? And so anyone who's done work for years with that department will know that that is the output always, almost. And so in this case, I see here a report from her that states they do have an approved queuing plan, so the condition has been met. So I witness here that they have actually gone really far and done a lot to comply with the rules. And so we still have a lot to come forward, but I wanted to speak finally before we get to the main motion and after hearing from the operator that there is actually a fifth way, Mr. Weddleton, and it's an amendment that I've prepared that kind of strikes the middle ground, and it continues the limited conditional use for 2 more years to allow us and the operator to demonstrate forward a more compliant process and a more rational bureaucratic kind of side, our side of the process, that would apply the conditions but not grant a permanent conditional use. So we'll come to that conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, just if Ms. Griffith could step back forward. Now I lost the page, 316, I think. And not to question Ms. Dombrowski, but, you know, I just, on this connection to the water and sewer, I mean, I think it's not allowed, so you're correct to call them out on it. But in your experience, do you think it is a better, more sanitary way to run the operation?
To Mr. Weddleton, through the chair, that's an opinion, and I try to stick with regulations. But as far as retaining their mobile, as being a mobile food unit, they would not retain that if they had a permanent connection. However, it would be a safer way.
Okay, that's what I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft, you're in the queue.
Yeah, well, while we have health up, just so I understand, is there a current or recent health violation for serving out of one of the connexes?
Can you explain that a little bit further, please?
Ask health, right?
I'm with health, yes.
Yeah. Is there any current violation for them serving out of the connexes?
We are working right now with Mr. Blumfeld on the expansion that he has created to ensure that we get some of the connexes permitted.
So he's serving out of connexes that are not permitted for serving right now?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've issued a violation for that?
No, we did an informal inspection on the 21st to see, I had not visually seen his location until that time, and I went with the plan reviewer that we have. Her name's Janine Nesheim, and we went over to make sure that it was still in code with the plans, and we saw that there had been expansion, and we met with him the next day and discussed those changes.
But, okay, so is that allowed, or you're trying to get it, is it something that is a violation, whether you've issued a formal violation or not?
It is a violation.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the questions we have at the moment, so I believe we can turn to the applicant, and we'll have 10 minutes to present. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton told me I have been voluminous in my production of documents to you, but we don't have 340 pages in front of you. We have far less than that. On the 22nd, right after the work session, I submitted a document to you that was entitled Compliance with Conditional Use in the original approval of the conditional use permit. And basically there are 13 conditions that were in that. And I will tell you this, right now, the staff admits, without any question, in one of their recent filings, that we've complied fully with 8 of those conditions. Of those 8, we think we have demonstrated to you that, in fact, we comply with 10 of the 13 because they have denied, for example, that there was an approval of the deck expansion. So there's one thing. There are 3 others where there are some different questions. Pardon me, condition number 3 has 4 subparts. We have demonstrated, I think, in our memo that we comply with 4 out of 5 of those. So we're one of the 5 conditions in number 3 that is not there. On the signage, the banner signs that were on the premise were viewed at the time and have been approved, and we have maintained only the banner signs. I don't know what the confusion may be in terms of the number of signs, but there's umbrellas on there that have alcohol markings on them. There are table things that you set on your table, say, buy Budweiser or whatever. But there are no other advertisements for alcohol other than those that are the banners and what is on the tables or written on the umbrellas, which came from the distributors. Finally, they say the staffing, the item that was supposed to be posted, which were the conditions, they didn't find it. It's posted in the blue serving Connex on the wall, and then there's a copy in a folder that's also available if anybody wants to read it. So at a minimum, we comply with 12 of the conditions, and maybe even 12 3/4 of the conditions because of the fact that there's one of the 5 under tab 3 that isn't there. All right. I also submitted to you folks, this was on the 25th, a document that basically said, why wouldn't we try to make it work so that this position would be renewed? And I said basically, first of all, I just talked about compliance. Secondly, we've retained Ron Thompson, who's helping us basically in the building permit section of the municipality because we have issues with building permits and fines and so on. So we have to address that, and we intend to, and that's why Ron was retained. The Alchemist employs 27 people. If you close them down, they don't have jobs. We haven't had a single alcohol violation in 2 years of operation. Not one. All right, and the way we've been looked at, we probably would have been in a lot of trouble. And in answering that, it turns out that you can't sell a kegged beer from the serving Connex because you have to have a hand-washing sink to serve kegged beer and others. That keg will be removed, and we will only be able to serve bottled beer. We've been serving kegged beer for 2 years. We didn't know that it was illegal without a hand-washing sink in the server, so that's a mistake. When we were informed, we're taking care of it. Now, I would also note this. The words in the findings and in the determination were things like, this is a unique sort of situation. Ms. Dembowski was the assembly person in charge of that process, along with Julia Tucker and the city attorney. And we spent a lot of time working through the things, and we got a situation that was approved with the 13 conditions. But the reasons, in part, for that approval are also found in our memo that we filed Monday morning early. This is a unique endeavor, that's the words, endeavor in the central business district of the B2B downtown. This is a district within a downtown area in need of economic development. And this was a development that has been good, and it has enhanced the neighborhood, and that is demonstrated by the fact that we have letters of support from the Downtown Partnership, we have letters of support from the Downtown Community Council, and we have letters of support from competitors and people who live in the apartment buildings immediately adjacent to the property. Now, if these people were bad operators, then we wouldn't have gotten those letters, and we're continuing to gather letters of support, and we will continue to bring them to you. Okay, in addition, we brought to you, or bringing to you, I didn't want to flood it. I didn't think we'd get this done tonight, and I knew there would be other opportunities if we continued this matter a little further, to change and give permission to hook up to utilities if provided they're a quick disconnect connection to sewer water and to gas. If those are approved, and they exist, and if that's approved, then the mobile food unit would remain mobile. We would satisfy that condition, and we would also be in a much safer way to deal with sewer and water, and a much safer way to deal with the fact that there is a rather large propane tank out behind the building. And it would be different. It would be hooked up to natural gas. We'll turn those in tomorrow with the sufficient number of copies. Also, I prepared and have not yet submitted proposed amendments that were prepared again on Monday that deal with the items that are of concern. And again, it's a rather lengthy document, and I'm being voluminous, but trying to address all of the issues. One of the thoughts I had in that, because of that, is that I think it would behoove us to do what we did last time, only this time we have a committee of community and economic development, which might be a very appropriate way to sit down and talk our way through all of these remaining few issues and get a new set of conditions that my client would have to comply with, and it would enable us to have more than 10 minutes here and more of a discussion and a dialogue than we can have at an assembly meeting. And we'll be happy to participate in that process if that is something that this body thinks would be appropriate. On the recent fire inspection, which was issued on the 22nd, which was Friday, right before the work session, there was 10 items on that. 8 are done, and 2 are being discussed with the fire department who issued that. There was things like there was an extension cord, and you might trip over this wire or something. So they're all going to be, they're minor. The one that was major was the hood needed a fire, the fire suppression system in the cook hood has now been fixed, and the other one was there was another relatively minor thing. Oh, the fire extinguishers had been expired, so those have all been updated. So what we would, well, if you folks are prepared tonight to do that and then issue a bunch of conditions, we wouldn't object, but we would be somewhat fearful that you might pick some conditions that might not fit the business model we have. And if we could have an opportunity to go and talk with the Community and Economic Development Committee, we might be able to resolve those possible failures. And of course, I haven't seen Mr. Constant's latest proposal, so then I'm not too sure what's in it. So I hate to say, well, let's just go with it. But if we had an extension that was not of great length, from the perspective that I'm working on, I could be responsive in a very short order. From Mr. Thompson's perspective and the situation at the building permit section, it might take a little bit longer. So what we thought we would ask for would be a continuance of the conditional use for a time period, allowing us sufficient time to go to a committee, work out details, and go to the building permitting section and solve those problems. So we are most anxious to be compliant. This There's been mistakes made. We understand that. My client acknowledges it. We have made mistakes. But we also, like I said, it's a viable business. It's wildly popular in the downtown and the tourism system. And I guess I would ask you to ask yourselves this question. Is any of this so terrible that they ought to be out of business? Is it really that bad? Have they served drunks? Have they oversold? Have they dealt drugs? Have they committed crimes? Or have they violated a very technical series of rules? Because, frankly, when we started, nobody knew how you would deal with a Connex, and nobody knew how you deal with a building permit. And here we are. We've moved down. Mr. Thompson can testify to you that there's lots of places where Connexes are being permitted. It happens now. We're there now. It's a different world. And I'll leave you with one last thing. If you look back at what we submitted back in 2015, we submitted photographs of great Connex developments all over the United States. We've got 3,000 Connexes sitting in our yards down by the dock. Over 3,000 now, I understand. And what great opportunity to use those, because many of them never move. They're just stacked, and there they stay. And because inbound brings more stuff in than outbound takes out, and it costs to ship it out. Well, we got a big yard. What's the problem? Just stack them up. Well, we can use them. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. There are a number of questions, starting with Mr. Croft.
Yeah, Mr. Coffey, so I want to do as quickly as possible the same thing I did with staff, is just get your response to each of the assertions. And I've got both the staff analysis and then your memo where you answer it. So, again, you can be as complete as you want, but being as succinct as you can would be appreciated. On number one.
Number one, what?
Well, you addressed the food and alcohol overlap issue.
Oh, yes, number one. Okay, I'm with you. But it's true, isn't it, that there was 4 chairs of dining in the mobile food unit for an extended period of time? Well, they were in the unit, but they were not necessarily for dining, and staff was instructed that they shouldn't be. When we found out that that still happened, we removed the stools and we put the sign up on the door.
Okay, so it was used for dining, and
people would sit. Yeah, they absolutely would. They'd come in and get a taco and sit down. You bet.
And then on number 2, they assert that there's been 4 notices of permit required and $4,000 worth of fines. Is that true?
I'm sorry. Did they issue notices of violation and say that you had to apply for permits and for 4 or 5 different things, and then they said there's $1,000 per? Yes, that's true that they did that.
Have you paid the $4,000?
No, we have not. That's why Mr. Thompson's here to work this matter out.
Okay.
Mainly because we couldn't seem to get anything when Mr. Blomfield went out there.
The fire marshal, that's just a repeat of the dining in idea. Parking, so I saw the traffic engineer saying the queuing plan was approved, but is that the same thing as that it's okay for parking?
The queuing plan was approved. Now, let me finish. Go ahead. Well, you asked a question, and I thought you were done, so I would rather hear the whole question and then answer it if I can.
I just want to know whether there's a distinction between a queuing plan that the traffic engineer approves and parking being allowed on the site.
Queuing plan had nothing to do with parking.
Right.
And with parking, we received a determination based on the following information. It was a non-conforming status of property. Deviation as of 2004 when I brought the property. So it stated you can park on this property, you don't have to pave it and meet the conditions. And that's item number 21 in our tabs. And that's a letter from the municipality dated October 14, 2004.
I'm having trouble with the tabs. I know you tabbed it and then we numbered it, and so that. So your assertion there is that you have a continued non-conforming right for parking there.
Correct.
Okay, but the queuing is a traffic thing. It doesn't affect the parking.
That's right.
And Stephanie approved your queuing plan as of May of this year. Prior to that,
it's the same exact queuing plan that we submitted in 2015, and so all we did is just redid the same exact plan and submitted it again. But it was approved in 2015, and the same exact queuing plan was again approved in 2018.
Got it. Banner signs and the signs, the condition says there shall be a banner sign. Are there multiple banner signs?
Yes, there's two
One
banner
on each
signs,
side.
one on A Street and one on 4th.
You interpreted that condition to be
Well, they-
the banner signs, or?
They said a banner sign on the railing of the deck, and so that we put one on the C Street side and one on the 4th Avenue side.
And are there any
And there's a
signs?
picture of that in the blue book.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry. Are there other signs advertising alcoholic beverages?
No, we have some umbrellas up there that were given to from the distributors, and they have Coors Light name and logo on them. But those have since been removed from the property. But it's just an umbrella on a table.
Well, and they were also exempt. If you read the condition originally, they were those kinds of things that were stated on the tables in the place where alcohol could be consumed were exempted from the other signage.
Right. Have you been serving alcohol on top of the connexes?
No, not to the public at all.
What's been happening on top of the connexes?
So we'll have DJs up there. We would have events such as Rendezvous. We'd have giveaway prizes and put the personalities on a microphone and throw out some T-shirts and whatnot. There's been no service on top of the Connex to the public at all. And yes, I'm sure that a DJ had a beer on top of the Connex, but we're not serving on top of the Connex right now.
And on the deck, did you get approval before creating an 800 instead of a 500 square foot deck?
Yes, I've got a letter here, an email.
Before you constructed it?
It was during construction, and it was tab number 3 in our binder. And
You have a number that is our numbering system? I understand you guys did a whole presentation. I apologize for that. But
it says it's an email from Francis dated June 29, 2016, and it says the planning department approves variations to allow 820 outdoor deck and to allow the deck to be located southwest of the original structure. These are minor changes to the size of the deck and its location on the lot.
I got that, but that's after you'd built it.
No, this is during construction. We hadn't served anything on that deck. So we were under construction, and we justify that with ancillary areas. You can't always have 100% a 500 square foot deck turns into a 200 square foot deck with your ancillary movement in there and what you have to do that.
I saw that memo, and then when did you turn in a site plan for that?
So to get approved, we turn in a site plan, which is tab number
20.
I got it. Tab number 15. And this site plan was turned into AMCO, and AMCO in return turned it into the municipality of Anchorage.
I just asked when.
It says assembly approved diagram by AR 2015-261S as amended. So it was turned in before we started selling any alcohol, and it was turned into the state of Alaska. State of Alaska gives it to the municipality, and it was approved by the municipality and state of Alaska with dimensions and everything. And I've got that right here if you want to look at it.
So what date did you turn in a site plan that had the 800-foot-ish?
Absolutely.
What date?
We don't have a date on it.
We don't have a date on it, but it was before we started serving alcohol on the deck. So 2016, approximately June.
June 2016.
Correct.
There's just one. There's two. I'm just going to see if this one's dated.
Dimensions on it.
Are you serving out of the connexes now?
Mr. Chair, there are other people in the queue.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Are you serving out of the connexes?
We're serving out of the one Connex, and so it's a fold-down bar, and then it opens up to an awning, and then we serve tap beer and bottled beer and splits of champagne. So not for consumption in the Connex, but just on the deck area. We have to have something to store it, and and that's in our site plan also. We've got the storage inside of Connex that was submitted back in 2016 June. The whole site plan's on here.
How many more questions do you have?
No,
Mr. Croft?
that got to my 9th and 10th.
One thing, Mr. Croft, on that, it says on the site plan that was drew, serving from that Connex. It's the word serving is on there.
Yeah, I want to find that. And then you've got the kegs out now?
No, I just found about, we work very closely with the health department. We had an informal meeting on Friday, and they're very good to work with, and we came to a resolution where we did a temporary permit, and then we might file for another temporary permit so we can serve keg beer for functions. But yeah, as of this point, we had our permit, I think we through to today, for serving keg beer. So it's a formality. It's a keg beer versus a bottle of beer and what you can actually serve out of that Connex.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. And I actually appreciate Mr. Croft going through systematically there. I think someone had to do it, and we could have broken it up or had one person do it. A couple of things, and I only have 3. So is pulling the conditional use closing you down? Is that equivalent to closing you down? I mean, you still have coffee and snacks, and there's lots of coffee shops out there.
It would close us down.
So you can't function unless you can sell alcohol?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we need the alcohol, especially in the summertime. What happens in the summertime, it subsides for the wintertime, if that makes sense. So we make our money in the summertime selling alcohol and having the tourists come in. Obviously, if we can't do beer and wine, it's not going to be sufficient.
Okay.
Can I cut in there for a second, Mr. Weddleton? Because it does say in your documents that 75% of your receipts are food, correct? Only 25% are alcohol?
Yes, Chair, that's a very good point, but our 75% receipts through the food come because we can sell beer with that food. But great question.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, please continue.
So, Mr. Coffey, you said we should go to the Community and Economic Development Committee to go through the conditions, and we'd certainly embrace you there. However, we had a work session that did that just last week, and we have this S version that we went through at that work session, and you were there. We went through those conditions. So we've kind of had that exercise. So you've looked at the S version conditions.
Well, I just believe that the language of, for example, of Mr. Constance's matter, which may be very good, I have no idea, I haven't seen it. I would hate to say, yes, we'd like to go tonight and approve it all tonight and find out that, wait a minute, we shouldn't have done that because of, and I'm not looking to delay anything. I probably would take the risk. If I knew what it said, we would probably take the risk, but we don't.
Okay, well, I believe Mr. Bobo, he will say, but I think it's just a matter of putting a time limit on the conditional use. It's not the conditions. So at this point, we are looking at a list of conditions that you saw at the work session, and would you be comfortable with those?
Yeah, the problem was I was not anticipating having to answer as to all 15 of those, so I can't. I'm reluctant to do it without an opportunity to take another look at them. I anticipated we would get some time, a month or 2 months, to finish this stuff up, and therefore thought, which was kind of what we did the last time we were here, and so I thought, well, I can address those things as we go. As it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and today have been devoted to the kinds of things I anticipated, and apparently wrongly anticipated, that you would say, we'll give you till the first meeting in October to get these things resolved, and part of them has to do with Mr. Thompson's efforts out at the Building Permit Center. However, if we could end it tonight and perhaps come back if there were things that were so detrimental, then that one might be another way. And also, there were amendments that I mentioned that would change, for example, the quick connect to the sewer and water and to gas. But those are ordinances, and then the other, and we can submit an ordinance change request without having to go through this whole process, of course.
Mr. Weldon, can I pause for just a second and ask Ms. Wynn Pearson, is there something specific that's been talked about here you need to talk about before we
Yeah, I
go
just
on?
wanted to clarify some confusion perhaps with Mr. Coffey. You did receive a copy of Mr. Constance. That's what I handed you. It was handed out to each member of the body, and I distributed a copy to you. That's what people are referencing when they say Mr. Constance fifth option, which allows, that's the document that I distributed to you at the beginning of this, before the matter started tonight, which is what everyone else received it as well.
I got it tonight.
Okay. It seemed like you'd mentioned several times that you hadn't seen it before, and I wanted to make sure that you were clear that that's what I'd handed you.
Let me put it this way. I haven't studied it before. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Mr. Welton, you have another question?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Welton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at the work session on Friday, when they passed out the fire department inspection report, the first thing that got my attention, and I was in the hospitality industry for about a quarter of a century, was number one, the hood system not tagged. And for those of you out there who have never seen a kitchen fire, it's not somewhere you want to be. So one of the most important aspects of this job is trying to maintain public safety. And workers in a kitchen that's on fire, it gets pretty dangerous in there. And so I just wanted to make sure that when they re-inspected that hood system is 100% functional at this point.
Fortunately, in AK Alchemist, the door is very close to the kitchen, so they can just run right out. But no, it's done. It was done as of 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. this morning. Both the fire extinguishers were green tagged, and the hood system, it's a minor inspection check, and it's done. Completed as of right now.
Well, I just want to encourage you to stay on top of that.
Yukon.
Because that's a very, very dangerous situation. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So that is everyone who's in the queue. At this point, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, what do you recommend our next step is?
At this point, the body can move to deliberation on the resolution, on any potential amendments any members of the body would like to add to the resolution, or again, if the end of your discussion leads to the need for additional time or the desire to take no action, those are options as well. And you may at any time ask for additional input from staff or from the applicant if you would like to ask additional questions.
Do I need an actual motion to do that, or can I just say we're now in discussion?
I would have someone move the S version as your initial step toward discussion.
Point of order.
Do we need to, the clerk wanted me to ask, do we need to allow other people the opportunity
yes,
to
I
testify?
apologize. That is an important step. Thank you to the clerk. Yes, the next step is you need to open a public hearing to any other members of the public who wish to speak.
I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee just said something to me, and I missed that. Say that again.
The clerk is correct. You still need to open the public hearing to allow members of the public to speak if any are present.
Do we need to move the S version before we do that?
No.
Okay. So right now we're going to open public hearing. Would anyone like to testify to this item? To this item, Mr. Darden?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Dunbar.
So we have 3 minutes, like the standard.
I don't need 3 minutes.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is David Darden.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I like that what this AK Alchemist is doing there. Haven't been a customer, but it looks nice. That area of bordering down on the border of downtown there definitely needs some work. So I think they made it look better. I do want to address this. I was reading about them on Yelp, and this Anastasia, she'd mentioned where she had to go with the doctor because her heart rate, or she might have to go to the doctor, her heart rate might go too high when she was overserved caffeine. She claims that she suffered a burned hand when the barista basically threw the coffee at her, and that she claims in this Yelp review that they apparently have no problem assaulting customers by burning them and intentionally over-caffeinating pregnant women. So I just thought that should be addressed as part of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. No questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mr. Welton, you were in the queue. Is that?
Oh, no. That's
okay.
fine. Thanks.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Okay. Now I'm going to, Ms. Pearson, before I bring this gavel down, is this correct? I'm going to close public testimony?
Yes, you're going to close public testimony.
Okay. Public testimony is now closed.
We have point of order. Just had a question. So if we move the S version, it has the little check boxes. Would it be a motion to move the S version with number 4, 2?
I would recommend you move the S version and then move an amendment to the S version if you would like to propose that you select one of the 4 options, and then you can discuss the amendment. You'd have to do sort of a twofold vote on the amendment and then vote on the underlying resolution. But moving the S version allows you to open debate on any of the 4 options.
And just maybe could I continue?
Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Welton.
but if we move this S version with the 4 options, are the 4 options, they're not all
checked?
It wouldn't make sense to have all 4 active. Some are mutually exclusive, right?
Certainly, they are all. So the idea is you move the S version, and then you can make an amendment to the S version that selects one of them, or that selects and amends, and then you discuss your proposal for that and can vote on that amendment.
Okay. I think this is a convenient format, but it's odd.
I agree that it's odd. We were looking for a solution to allow something to move forward tonight. Like everything with this matter, it is an experiment.
Okay. Well, it's fine. I think it's well done. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue. Is that to move the S version? Ms. Dombrowski?
Mr. Chair, I move AR 2018-186S.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Dombrowski, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. All right. So we are now, I believe we are going to debate, not another set of public hearing. Is that right, Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
That's correct.
Okay. So we are now in debate. Discussion will be set for 1 hour. We have 1 hour for debate on this item, and that is not a target. That is a ceiling.
I move constant amendment, if I can be recognized, constant amendment 2.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I move constant amendment 2.
Second, but I do have another point of order.
Okay. So we are now debating the constant amendment number 2. Mr. Dombrowski, is it regarding that amendment?
On the second, yes, it's specifically to the format. This issue seems to be new in so many realms. I think it would be clear for the record, and I'm trying to read the amendment really quickly. As this amendment is moved, I think the intent of the maker is to delete line on page 2, lines 22 through 45, and then on lines 1 through 2. I think fundamentally what I'm trying to say is I think he's trying to replace what's the content in here with his motion, and I think if you just move it, the rest of it stays. I mean, it's weird to me. So I think you have to...
And that's a fair interpretation, I think.
I think you have to delete all the other sections.
Well, it's interesting. For me, the blank boxes to me imply that those options were not selected. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, is that...
That was the drafting intent. Again, I understand this is a creative solution. If the body is more comfortable with those being stricken, then that could be added to the amendment. But the intent in the drafting was that the boxes are blank until you amend to have one of them be checked. And if you'll note, the box in Mr. Constant's amendment is checked.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Traney is in the queue. Mr. Traney, and if people want to talk more, let's get in the queue.
Mr. Traney had a copy of this amendment.
He did.
So I gave it to him.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Mr. Traney.
I wanted to make sure the applicant's attorney had a copy of this amendment. We're taking it forward.
Oh, thank
I
you.
gave a copy of it to him.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. So for the record, Mr. Traney provided a copy of the amendment to the applicant and his attorney.
Point of order.
Mr.
That had happened as soon as the first draft of the amendment was distributed to the body. I ensured that a copy was handed to the applicant. So it's now been double-handed to him.
Okay. Could you actually, before we go any further, and I'm going to recognize you, Mr. Kropp, but first, Mr. Constant, can you explain we got a constant amendment 1 and then a constant amendment 2. Could you explain what the difference is between the two?
Thank you. And in fact, I'll explain what the amendment does as well, if that's okay.
Yep.
Constant Amendment 1 had an error in it from the drafting and there's no line here towards the bottom, just 2 lines above the number 1 at the bottom, the word permanent was stricken out because they copied and pasted from another section, and if we're doing a temporary or a limited conditional use, it would be inconsistent to have limited and permanent in the same phrase. And so the difference between 1 and 2 is the word permanent was stricken. And the intent behind this amendment is to establish a process by which we do not grant a permanent conditional use for this business because we all recognize the municipality is struggling with recognizing the order here, and as is the petitioner has some challenges that have to be dealt with and that some areas of noncompliance that need to be better. And so what I have added here is that there will be one more 2-year limited conditional use, in which time we can work out this process that the municipality wants to see. I guess that might have been said 2 years ago. But also providing 90 days notice to the applicant that this process will be happening at the end of that 2-year period. And in the intervening 2 years, we can work out the issue of a quick connect or not, the issue of service or not. And you know what kind of came clear to me in hearing all of these, both sides, and all of the discussion that's happened so far is, I think about it in real estate, in residential real estate, you have personal property, recreational vehicles, which are mobile, driving around everywhere. You have mobile homes, which are semi-permanently placed in areas, and actually really quite permanently placed in areas that do have connections to sewer service and water and trash and gas. And then you have founded structures with brick and mortar. And go over to this business line, we have mobile food trucks, which are kind of the thing that was the preliminary concept here, and then you have brick and mortar buildings. And then this was the first experiment at something in between, which is essentially like a mobile home would be in the residential real estate kind of universe or property universe. And so what we're doing here is going through the growing pains of figuring out what that element is that fits between a mobile food truck and a brick and mortar restaurant. And I'm going to reserve my comments to the merits till after I hear more of the testimony, but that's the gist of this amendment, is to give them 2 years, give us 2 years, but not grant a permanent conditional use until such a time that the petitioner is operating in a way that is clearly permitted and we have rules that allow it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
I guess I'll get back to the merits, but on Ms. Demboski's, I think you're right that you eliminate, if you're going to adopt 4, even with this amendment, you eliminate 1 through 3, but you were looking like you were eliminating 4. I think anytime we do this, we're by implication, and we can do it directly, eliminating the other options. So I don't think lines 40 and on should have been eliminated. And then I guess just briefly on the
I was saying these top 2
merits, I feel like this is an area where there's a lot of confusion and needed to be done with foresight. We just had our debate on the marijuana licenses, and we kept telling them, you're some of the new people. You'd better do this right. You better not just charge ahead. And we had one who came up who we slapped, and it almost, or got close to ruining it when they jumped the gun. That particular provider jumped the gun. The history on this, if we picked the wrong provider to do this experiment because they just keep doing things and then asking for forgiveness rather than permission on it. They just keep taking the action and then later fixing it, a year or 6 months. And I don't feel like any more chances should be given. We can go ahead and say, let's define this in-between area. We can figure out whether it can be done safely. But this is the wrong operator to do it with.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton, to Mr. Constant's amendment.
Okay, thanks. I guess a question. I don't see the need for this. One reason is we have a list of conditions that they'll meet, and if they meet those, I think we're good. And we heard earlier in the discussion that there are ways to enforce those conditions. So that works. And also, the license comes up every 2 years. So we could pull the license, and we heard if we pull his license, or if it were not renewed, then he's out of business. So we solved the problem there. So I think the intent of yours is met already without it being there. And just offhand, I have an amendment. If we do end up going with this 4th checkbox, I have a small clarifying amendment to make at some point.
Do you want to make an amendment to the amendment, or do you want to see if it passes and then amend the amended ordinance? Or resolution, sorry.
Whichever is most clean.
I think I'd recommend seeing if it passes and then amending the amended ordinance, because then if it doesn't pass, we spare ourselves that process.
That's fine. It's very simple.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I would tend to agree, except that once a conditional use is granted, it's really hard to pull that thing back. It's a permanent right that goes with that land as long as that operation or another operator comes in and operates in that way. And so I have great caution when it comes to conditional use permits, because I have seen the harm that someone's able to do with one when they're a really, really bad operator and they assert their rights. And so I would suggest that great caution, and the reason why we're having a quasi-judicial debate is because it's not simply a liquor license, which is quite out of our control in the end, but it's a conditional use permit, which is the one thing that we actually do control.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask the applicant's attorney if he has any comments on amendment number 2. Without going on to 10-minute debate, Mr. Coffey.
Amendment number 2, yeah, that 14K, right. No, we're happy with this.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Peace in our time. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Any other comments about Mr. Constant's amendment? Seeing none, please vote on Mr. Constant's amendment. Oh, wait, sorry. I saw the results. Nobody else did. That passes 8-2, and that effectively selects one of the boxes. So at this time, let's go with Mr. Weddleton for his amendment.
Okay, I don't have anything in writing, but it is on condition 9, and it would be add 3 words to line 15. I think it's 14. Line 14. Is everybody there? So it would read, with the availability of the service of food, which makes a horrible sentence much worse. And the point of this is we had some debate at the work session. Do they have to order a burger with their beer, or can they just have a beer? And my understanding is the intent is that you can just order a beer and you're okay. You don't have to have food with it. And to the attorneys, the current wording is crystal clear and means that, but it wasn't crystal clear to me, and this in a convoluted way makes it more clear. So the intent here is to say you can buy a beer and not have food. Food just has to be available when they're serving alcohol.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Weldon, for myself and for the clerk, let's just double check. Where exactly, so it's in number 9.
I'll read it with the words in there.
Yes, please do so.
Sale of alcoholic beverages shall be only concurrent with the availability of the service of food from the food menu.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Dombrowski. Do we have any discussion on, Ms. Dombrowski, you in the queue to discuss this amendment?
I'm in the queue to be on the record, just to clarify for the clerk who's transcribing it. We're on page 4 of 5. As Mr. Weddleton indicated, it's section 9, but it is line 14.
Mm-hmm. Sale of alcoholic beverages shall only be concurrent with the availability of food service of food from the food menu. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's terrible. Maybe we should just say availability of food from the get rid of service off. I'm game for putting a little poetry in this.
Let's do that. Only concurrent with the availability of food from the food menu. Does that?
That works better for me.
I'm fine with that as the second.
Okay. All right, any other discussion, Mr. Constant?
Just, that's good policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Not seeing any. Oh, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But the applicant would still be required to have 50% food sales, I believe. Is that correct?
Ms. William-Pearson, you want to answer that? I think the answer is yes.
That's a condition of their license, the type of alcohol license they have, and that was already in place by virtue of the type of alcohol license that they have. They wouldn't have a separate obligation to meet that condition of their alcohol license tied to the conditional use permit. But again, it's already imposed by the type of license they have.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we did this originally, this was a mobile food cart that had beer. Now we're taking away the requirement to have food, so it's just a mobile bar.
We're not taking away the requirement to have food, Mr. Trainee.
They just don't have to order it.
People don't have to order people, but it has to be available.
So they could come in and just buy a beer, right?
They being the public?
Bar.
I apologize. I'm debating you, and I shouldn't be.
It's all right.
Anyone else like to get in the queue? Ms. Dombrowski.
Mr. Trini, I think what Ms. Wynn-Pearson was just indicating is because by virtue of the requirements on their alcohol license, their total receipts have to be at least 50% food. So effectively, because you have that check basically on this, it's not going to turn into a bar because they're going to have to. 50% of their sales has to be in food.
What are all the promises they promised us before they haven't lived up to?
Mr. Trini, that's debatable. I think they've clearly been an applicant, and I'm happy to debate you. I think they've clearly been an applicant that has worked, clearly they're working with the health department, they've been working with the planning department, they've been trying to be compliant. There's things in this particular endeavor that we didn't anticipate. I mean, that's just the fact. And I think whenever you do something new, sometimes it is difficult. And I think this is something that I just, since I've delved into this realm, I need to bring it back on the record. Because the last time the Assembly passed this.
I'm talking about the amendment.
Well, I was responding to him.
Okay. Let's vote.
I'll come back then.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's vote on the amendment to the already amended resolution, and then we can get back into debate, although I do ask that people please put themselves in the queue. Is there any more discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Okay, let's vote on that amendment. Is that going to show up?
Yeah, I can't vote. Come back.
Could you vote orally, Mr. Dyson?
Yes.
Mr. Dyson votes yes. Thank you. That passes 9-1. Okay, we are now back to the main motion. Is there anyone, Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. I would just like to finish my commentary since we were talking about food and alcohol service in the last amendment. This was the track I was starting to go down, but if you look in our findings in our discussion last time, we really talked about, I'm trying to see if I can find the section, a coffee cart business model in Anchorage that is new. It would offer a casual local food option. Clearly, it says the business model for this MFU is to advance an outdoor deck model for food service and with a restaurant eating and alcohol service. So it really was a new concept. But when you step back and you look at it from a different perspective, the perspective was to revitalize the eastern portion of downtown. And it was to be done in a way that was new and unique. I remember some of the pictures that were shown of these different types of buildings with these connexes, and some of them are quite attractive. It's definitely different. But this is the B2B district, or an area, and this was an area that was targeted in the downtown plan, if I recall, that said we need to revitalize this area. And so I think Mr. Trini's commentary and concern about, the amount of alcohol ratio to the amount of food is a valid one, especially in the downtown area. But because of the business model and because of that requirement for food, I think, and if you look at the downtown district plan and you look at the needs of revitalizing this area, I think we took a global perspective, and if memory serves, I think it was a unanimous vote last time on this issue. But it's because the Assembly chose to do something different and try something different. And so for me, this very much was an experiment. I haven't seen any complaints about this one. The ones that are complaining the most are mostly city staff, because this is outside of the mold. And now that we've seen it for a couple years, I think it is our duty to go back and reevaluate the health code, reevaluate MFUs, and see if there's something we need to do and we need to change. So I'm going to commit to doing that. I expect the Community and Economic Development Committee will also do that. I'm going to support this as I supported it last time, because I do think it is a new, innovative way. But now I think the government has to catch up with the changing of the landscape, potentially, for this downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually have a question of Mr. Coffey or the applicant, if I could possibly. Looking at page 309 of tonight's packet, or page 78 of the one of 150 that we got last Friday, it shows a picture of a potential 4th Avenue and A Street development.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, is this the long-term plan? Is someday would this be the home of AK Alchemist?
Absolutely, and that is our long-term plan with the economy where it's at right now in the state of Anchorage and the state of Alaska in general. It's very difficult to move forward with any sort of substantial development. But what we did do is when we did tie into sewer and water, we hooked up to 6-inch lines. So there's no tearing up the street for our street closures again and tearing up the alleyway. We're ready to rock. So when this does come to fruition, we're there, ready to go. So yes, that is a long-term plan.
All right, well, great. Because that area of downtown is ripe for redevelopment, and I would love to see a permanent building go up there. I hope things continue to go well with your current structure, but the sooner you could produce this, the better it would be for that whole section of eastern downtown. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, this has been an incredible process. I didn't get in on the beginning, but have now seen a whole bunch of it, more than I wanted. I think very clearly the record shows a consistent pattern of violating both health and fire codes and our conditions, and then curing slowly or not at all. And we just let them have another extension. And now we're going to do it for another 2 years. I think it's fair to say on this record that there are certain categories of applicants who can just violate anything. And as long as they work towards it or have an excuse or eventually fix, we're going to let them continue to serve alcohol. And if the next conditional use applicant who didn't meet their parking requirements or didn't meet their sales requirements of don't sell the cheapest vodka, you're creating a horrible record on violation after violation in various different codes of these conditions that we told them we were serious about, and we're not serious about it. We don't mean it. Clearly from this, we don't mean any of that. And how we handled when we had this, it all melts together, but a couple of meetings ago, there was a poor taxi guy who had missed his deadline. And he just missed his deadline, didn't he? Now, he was alone. He didn't have any representation. Earlier on, in this debate, or in this meeting and other debates, one of the members guessed at my motives, and I took offense to it. One of the great, I think, appropriate rules in the legislature is you're called out of order if you talk about somebody's motives. You can't even identify them by person. You're not allowed to say names because the debate should be about the merits, not about that person or their opinions or their motivations. So I don't know the motivations of anybody here, but somebody objectively watching this and watching us, we had a work session where they didn't even show up. Any other applicant, and we would say, you're done. But chance after chance after chance. And my worry is that somebody watching is going to say, I know what you have to do to get chance after chance after chance before the assembly. I know who you have to hire to do that. And that's a horrible result to me. That we would do this is a wrong decision, but the impression it leaves is the real problem.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm sorry, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. If we were doing what you described us as doing, then I would agree with you, but we're not doing that. We've kind of raked this guy over the coals. He's been going on for months. One reason it's a delay is because we forgot to remind him that he had to re-up. He perhaps should have remembered on his own, too. But we are extending this, but he has to meet these conditions. And if he doesn't, like anyone else, he gets fined, and if he doesn't fix his hood, he's going to get shut down by fire. We have this long list of, 15 conditions that he has to meet. He's not getting away with anything. He's got to meet these conditions. We get, and not a criticism of staff. Staff is given the rules that essentially come from us, and they're evaluating it based on that. And as I read this, I think they did a fine job. They said these are the rules, and where they're not following them, they get called out on it. But we can't let every business and every proposal get tripped up over code violations, some of which aren't really that significant, 500 feet or 800-foot deck, really. We got to learn how to get to yes. Okay, this is a creative business. It's been functioning. We're here talking about a liquor license. He's had no liquor license violations. He's got a couple dozen employees. He's operating in part of town no one else wants to operate in, and these are all good things. How do we get to yes? How do we make this possible for him to do that? Supporting this gets him there. He has to meet these requirements, but it lets him operate and run his business, which has been successful. And as a business owner, your first duty is this customer in front of you, and when that customer's not there, it's getting your inventory together and all these millions of different things running your business. Oh, and also there's some government code things I got to deal with too. But those are not as critical as keeping it going day by day. So he's messed them up. He's kind of hurt himself significantly by not keeping up on these things, because he's got expensive people sitting here hour after hour to do things he should have been doing all along. They really weren't that hard. So I would say he has been punished, if that's what we want to do to him, for neglecting these things. But if we pass this, he can operate. It's a good business, and we got to yes, and I want to be there. So I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this issue, but in 2015, we dealt with this issue. We set conditions for the applicant to meet. They've not been met. And tonight, all we're going to do is push the ball down the road a little longer. And I've heard there's no ABC violations. Well, there aren't any ABC violations anywhere in Anchorage anymore. Have you really looked? ABC Board has no money. They're not doing investigations. So to use the standard, there's no ABC violations is ridiculous. Years ago, when they had the money, we'd see all these violations coming through because they were out doing the work. They don't have the money now. So please don't ever use, there are no ABC violations. There won't be on anything. They just don't do it anymore. They have the money. So tonight we're going to kick this down to 2020. I won't be around at that time, but some of you will be here.
You might figure out a way.
I could be back.
Move to Eagle River.
I'm not planning on it, so who knows. But nonetheless, you're going to deal with this issue again because this applicant in 2015 said we're going to do all these things. Mr. Coffey was here saying we're going to do all these things. They've not been met. So what do? He's going to kick it down the street a little bit longer, and try to get in 2020. You're still going to have the same violations. There'll be other excuses. It still won't be met. So I'm a no vote on this. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. So today's been a rather difficult day for me, quite challenging. And so to Mr. Croft, I offer a direct apology on the record. My intent wasn't to question your motives. It was a flippant comment. So for that, I'm sorry. But moving forward to the merits of this discussion, 27 jobs in a difficult corner of the downtown, 27 people working, people present. Every day I drive by there to go home because my home is on Government Hill. Literally, I have to pass that place. I haven't gone and inspected it. But it's busy. It's full. It's full of people celebrating and smiling and happy and not causing problems. To the point of ABC violations, I tell you, 3rd Avenue, y'all have been hearing some major complaints from the people on 3rd Avenue about businesses that serve alcohol that are a problem, right? We all have had work sessions on businesses on 3rd Avenue. Yeah, but let's talk about real complaints, right? I have neighbors that effectively bullied a business out of existence this week, last 2 weeks. Those people don't take, I won't use the word. And so what's happening here, though, is that you have the neighboring businesses, the community council, the downtown partnership. the commercial realtors in the area sending letters of support and saying this business is a benefit to our community. And so while there may not be ABC violations, it's clear when somebody's violating the standards of the neighborhood, because that little corner of the neighborhood shouts and screams and kicks and fights. And in this case, they're saying, let this business last. So one thing that's become clear tonight in the challenge of this business not fitting within the mold of what column A, section B of this table allows, is that the permitting department or the health department is challenged because what this is doesn't fit. And so we heard testimony tonight from the health department that we didn't hear from anyone else, that in fact he had a temporary permit operating now. It wasn't a violation. There was actually a permit in place, but we didn't hear or see any of that. And what that speaks to is the challenge of this business, but not that it's impossible, but they're working together. And I will not say that the petitioner is blameless, which is why I say 2 years, and we will work on our part and 90 days notice. That way we aren't 90 days after next time this question comes around. But this business has proven itself, at least to the neighbors, a benefit, and 27 jobs would be a hell of a lot to strike with a red vote tonight. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Just a point of order, there was discussion from the body about a concern about wanting to delete the sections that were not applicable, and that change wasn't actually made to Mr. Constant's motion. So if the desire of the body is to make the resolution more clear by deleting and removing the options that have not been selected, someone should make a motion to delete lines 22 through 38 of the S version on page 2. If the body is not concerned about that, you can leave it as is. Again, I think it's sufficiently clear as drafted, but because concern was expressed, I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't lost in the discussion before you vote on the final resolution.
They so moved.
Okay, so Mr. Weddleton.
Second.
Mr. Weddleton, you are making an amendment to delete lines 22 through 38.
Correct.
And that is seconded by Ms. Domboski. Any discussion?
On page 2.
I'm sorry, say it again?
2.
Sorry, on page 2.
Oh, yeah, thank you, on page 2. Any discussion on that amendment? All right, when the clerk is ready, we will vote on that amendment. That passes 9-1. So we are now on the main resolution, the main motion, as amended. Any further discussion on this topic?
I'm sorry, point of order on that. So Ms. Domboski had mentioned, do we need to present findings? Do we do that right now? Is that implicit in our discussion?
Legally and generally, the standard in conditional use permit hearings, you can make findings orally on the record coupled with written findings. Mr. Gates and I were just discussing that you should put some findings on the record specifying that you find that this application meets the standards, the general standards for conditional use approval found in 2150-020. I can review those standards if that's helpful. And then once you could make those findings on the record and then vote in favor of the resolution as amended.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Welton. So, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, do we need
Before
those?
the vote?
Yeah, it sounds like we have to do it before we vote, correct?
I think you should place it on the record before you vote. The findings would be that that you find that this conditional use permit application furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive development plan and conforms to the comprehensive development plan, that the application conforms to the standards for use in this title and regulations promulgated under the Title 21, that it will be compatible with existing and planned land uses in the surrounding neighborhood and with the intent of its use district, and that it will not have a permanent negative impact greater than anticipated from other permanent development in the area.
If I don't have to repeat that, I'll make that my finding.
I believe that's sufficient for the record.
So is that a motion?
No, that's simply findings on the record that you find that those are elements that you are finding on the record as part of this resolution.
My question is, do we need to vote on that, or can Mr. Weddleton just find that?
That's a good question.
You know, in the planning commission, we didn't. We would state our findings, and those went into the record.
Yeah, and that's the process that we're following. So I believe you may state your findings on the record and then vote on the resolution.
I wonder, but we can make additional findings.
Certainly.
In addition. So and sadly, it's done on the fly here, I guess, but I want to make a point somewhat to address Mr. Croft's concerns is we are not releasing the applicant from compliance with our code, that he gets his conditional use permit, but there are conditions that require him to follow our code. So I don't want to set a precedent.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I generally don't take this many bites at the apple, but I was just hoping that the applicant would be willing to provide us with a report on his progress toward long-term development of this parcel when he comes back for renewal in 2 years. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I've mentioned this on the record, and I think it is crucially important to the downtown district, I think in addition to those findings, I would like to add, and I'm just going to take it directly from our findings last time, because this is a unique endeavor in the B2B Central Business and Intermediate District within a downtown area in need of economic development on property owned by the applicant with potential for viable redevelopment. The Anchorage Assembly will approve a temporary conditional land use permit for beer and wine service under the conditions and amendments set out in AR 2018-186S.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Wynn-Pearson, do you feel there are sufficient findings on the record to take action now?
Yes, at this time, I do believe there are.
All right. So without further discussion, if there is no more further discussion, please vote on the main motion. That passes 9-1. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I have an item to lay on the table.
We have one more item to do tonight.
I can do it after. It's just the AIM. I'll just tell people what it is. It's an AIM that lays out Mr. Wilbur's vocal comments on the record regarding marijuana collections, monies, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'll ask you to do that after we have finished our...
Okay, that's fine.
So next up, we have item 14L, an ordinance amending, so AO number 2018-53, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 15.20.020, regarding abatement of illegal campsites as public nuisances by 1, adding a 15-day zone-based abatement, and 2, clarifying the appeals process. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify? Anyone at all? Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
My name is Ron Oleva, 44-year resident of Anchorage, spelled A-L-L-E-V-A. I went to a work session on this and illegal campsites, the whack-a-mole ordinance. I read the nuisance ordinance, and all through it, you had a real bad junk man who would take his junk from one property to the other until you finally passed an ordinance that you couldn't move junk from one property to another. And that's kind of already been covered. So this zone concept, even though anything in the direction of addressing illegal camps, I don't think it's enough, and I don't think it's fast enough. Tonight you had testimony by a nurse who put on a hazmat suit and recommended that anyone going into a legal camp should put that on. Now, these illegal campsites are not campsites. They're sex huts, they're drug huts, they're criminal huts, and nowhere in the realm of a definition here in Alaska could these be called campsites. So by definition, you're attacking this problem like someone at Seward on the 4th of July in a campground. And that's not the problem whatsoever. And this abatement idea is just kicking the can or rolling the ball, and it's not going to work. And because of the danger element that I witness being next to the camps on a daily basis, I can tell you I quit. You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And because of the threat, not only to me in proximity, but it's the threat to my family. And it comes from my trying to defend myself in cleaning up or looking at this problem in a rational, reasonable, and in touch with reality way. But the response is so negative towards someone who wants to alleviate this problem, I'm out of here. If you're employing 27 people at Elk Chemist, you're going to lose 26 people at Grubstake, and I'm gone. I'm gone with at least my life, my dignity, and my family will be safe. And this was caused by your lack of action, inaction, and the actions you take by accepting a $200,000 homeless coordinator, and she's not even here to support her own salary or her own position during a crisis. And that is shameful. Not only shameful, it's an indignity and an insult to the citizens and taxpayers of this once great city. Because you're not only being, to be a shirt hole would be good, because we could bury it. But what you have is piles of shirt throughout the city, and your actions are nil and negative.
Thank you, Mr. Leyva. Any questions? There are no questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Please state your name and where you're from in town.
My name is David Darden, last name D-A-R-D-E-N. Jewel Lake, southwest Anchorage. I hope that the municipality of Anchorage is able to address this issue of the homeless problem better than we have over the course of my lifetime. I think it would be a shame for Mr. Oliva, or the last speaker, to his business to close up and leave Anchorage. I know he'd taken the action, or someone had out there spraying some chlorine or some such. But, his business is located basically next to the Skid Row of Alaska, down there on 3rd and 4th Avenue, Carluck Street, between 3rd and 4th. It's a shame that we've allowed things to come to this state of being. There's 4 tents right outside here, between here and Cuddy Park. Y'all can go see the people camping. One of them looks like something out of Mad Max with sticks and stuff poking out of it, and there's tripwire out there to keep people away. Kids could get hurt. You got kids playing right out there. We got laws in place. We got things that could be done to be addressing this, so that, it's not always drugs and alcohol, the rapes that are taking place in these homeless camps, sexual abuse, domestic violence, and so forth. If this is what you need to take care of the problem and it does it, then that's good. But we need to do better. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Darden. There are no questions. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Discussion on its end. To be clear, I think you moved the S version. Is that right, Mr.
Yes,
Constant?
sir.
So the S version, is that your intention too, Ms. LaFrance? Okay. We move the S version. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
I have an amendment. I don't know. Am I the only amendment?
No, there are a couple.
We have a couple. Do I have it? Where are they? Where are yours? Is there more? Shoot, I tossed them somewhere. Did you dig through and find them for me? Okay. Weddleton Amendment 1, which does everyone have in front of you? Should I read this? Can you put it up on the screen?
Why don't you go ahead and explain it while we do so, Mr. Weddleton?
Basically, this says with 72 hours notice in protected land uses after verbal notice to an apparent occupant of a prohibited campsite within 100 feet of protected land uses, the municipality may post the prohibited campsite with a notice stating all personal property not removed within 72 hours of the date and time the notice is posted may be disposed of as waste. For the purpose of this section, protected land uses shall include paved greenbelt and major trail systems, including but limited to coastal, Chester Creek, Ship Creek, Campbell Creek, schools, playgrounds, habilitative care facilities, the Harry J. McDonald Memorial Center, community centers, neighborhood recreation centers, and athletic fields. And the separation distance shall be measured from the lot line of the protected land use to the nearest illegal camp structure. So this is a newer, somewhat tighter prohibition on camping on public lands. We have heard no shortage of the problems. I mean, we've basically lost our pathways, we've lost our parks, we've lost our playgrounds to the fear of people who are camping right next to these places where people want to use. We've heard the stories today, and we hear them frequently throughout the week about, people defecating, about people taking drugs, having sex on the parks, and leaving needles, broken glass, broken bottles. This just says, look, we're going to make a little tighter buffer. You're going to be 100 feet away from these uses that people want, or these, protected uses. And the protected uses are primarily, with a few exceptions, deleted, the same ones we use for marijuana. So that's how those came about. There have been challenges to this. I think legal staff is not comfortable with this because in the Engel decision, which we lost, we need to be sensitive to storing people's stuff, and I think that is important. And in that case, we had no simple alternative for them. If we kicked them out of this park, what are they going to do? Where are they going to stay, and where are they going to put their stuff? Okay. In this case, it is an extremely simple thing for someone. If I see someone within 100 feet of Valley of the Moon Park, or someone in authority would say, you can't be here. You got to be at least 100 feet away from that playground. All they have to do is move 100 feet and carry their stuff. It's very, very simple. The burden for the city to collect their stuff and store it is far greater than that person right then and there just moving 100 feet. So this is a very, very simple thing for the prohibited camper to deal with. I think it's reasonable. It deals with the most in-your-face problems that we have in this town with our parks. Before the Engel case, we had people camping in our parks, lots of them. But they didn't want to get caught. So they were deeper in the woods, and we didn't see them, and people weren't so aware of them. And we didn't have this incredible fear and people afraid to use our parks. But after that decision, they realized we can be right up on the trail. We can be on the trail, and we get 2 free weeks. So they got very brazen about it. So this just says, let's get a little bit back for the rest of the citizens of Anchorage. And as part of this change with zone abatement, we actually give them more free time in the parks because they get their 10 days. Plus, if they say, I'm going to appeal that, they get another 10 days. So we have softened things up here. And this just says, just give us 100 feet where the citizens of Anchorage cannot have to deal with it right in front of us when we use our trails and our playgrounds.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Did I get a second? You did, thank you.
Yeah, that was second. That was seconded. Mr. Constant.
I would defer to Ms. Wynn-Pearson first, please.
Okay. Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through the chair, I just wanted to comment briefly on the legal point that Mr. Weddleton raised about the issues with this type of notice under the Engel decision, and make clear that the Engel decision and other decisions addressing essentially the same fact pattern from up and down the West Coast and the Ninth Circuit really look at 2 separate and distinct legal issues. One is not making homelessness a status crime, and that's the question about if there's nowhere else for someone to go and you criminalize the act or you make it prohibited for the person to be present on public land anywhere in the city and there's nowhere else to go, then you've effectively made homelessness a status crime because there is no other alternative. And that is certainly addressed by this amendment. This amendment does not say you can't camp anywhere, but just it sort of effectively moves people over, and that's, I think, defendable. But the other element of the Engel decision and of this case law in the Ninth Circuit is a prohibition on depriving a person of their personal property without notice and an opportunity to be heard. And that's the challenge we face here, and that's where the storage element comes in, and where we lost and where a number of cities have lost, again, up and down the West Coast in court, attempting to dispose of people's personal property as waste on these very short amount of periods of time of notice. We already do have a 72-hour notice provision in the code, which we can use anywhere that we want to, as long as we are storing individuals' belongings, and that does pass muster under existing case law. But the challenge with this amendment is the single line where it states that any items left behind may be disposed of as waste, and I would caution you to consider that that is not in harmony with the Engel decision and with other case law in the Ninth Circuit that's clear about the need to not dispose of individuals' valuable personal possessions without adequate advance notice and an opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I might try to paraphrase what I heard Ms. Wynn-Pearson say at another meeting is, our office will not defend this. And I also heard that this will be in court tomorrow. And I want the overall process, the overall effort to pass and not become mired in legislation, and to the point that was made that this softens the issue by giving an additional time frame. That's maybe what it looks like, but that's actually the rights that they have today. This just simply clarifies it under law that we will honor what we've committed to the courts under that settlement. And the spark in the middle of this that changes something, the thing that does the thing that the community is demanding, is the provision of storage for those who come in after the 10-day notice period. We can't afford to store everyone's goods that's camping all the time. It's just voluminous and problematic. But we can narrow down the bandwidth of the individuals who we would have to store for only those who come into that zone after the 10-day notification. They will be immediately removed. And even if a person does file an appeal, they will still be removed. We just have to store their goods. And so the function that we're getting at here is a challenge to the administration to come up with a methodology to store the goods of a limited group of people. This will provide us the tool that we need. And so while I believe fully in the intent of this, I think that it harms the overall effort and it may break the whole thing and stop it from going into effect for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Although I guess before we go any further, I'd want to ask Ms. Wynn-Pearson about severability. So, you challenge one part of a provision. Mr. Constant just raised the worry this would sort of throw the whole thing into doubt. Is your opinion that this amendment would do that, or they could just challenge this provision and leave the rest of it intact?
I mean, I think a party seeking to challenge could certainly raise a challenge any way they want to. They could, I would presume they'd raise a challenge to the entire ordinance, and then we could attempt to pare it back, but it would be a litigatable issue. It wouldn't automatically be one or the other.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Weddleton.
My understanding on that court case was, and I think some of the things you've shown us, is that it was compared to how long we would store other stuff that we might come across lost and found and so on, that would be longer. And I'd say, okay, well, that kind of fair is fair. But, this is not quite like a lost wallet or something like that, or some bicycle that was found. This is junk. And they have an opportunity to move it, very, very simple opportunity to move it. And I ask, and it drives me crazy when I drive around town, people dump their mattresses by the side of the street, which is personal stuff. Who picks that up, and do they have to store it for a month and wait for someone to claim it, or it finds its way to solid waste services? But I find this stuff, if they've chosen, we've looked at this person, we've told them verbally, oh, you can't camp here, you got to move at least 100 feet away. And they choose to leave their stuff behind. To me, it's like that mattress that people dump by the side of the road. They've pretty much signaled, I don't need that stuff.
Through the chair, unfortunately, there's extensive case law on exactly that question, and the courts have repeatedly concluded that items that a person who has a home may consider to not have value may actually be of significant and irreplaceable personal value to individuals who are living without a home, and as a result, it's very clear from the case law that we can't treat items as junk regardless of how within a certain category. Again, that's defined by our code, the items that we have to store if we do find them, and within the windows set by our current code. So, and the question as to what happens to a mattress that is disposed of on the side of the road that no one is utilizing is an interesting question. I'm not exactly sure who picks that up, but you are correct that an abandoned mattress in a right-of-way would likely not be stored.
Okay. We're going to move on. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody's going to love me for this. I move to amend the amendment on in section B, little I, starting at line 6. I'd like to strike the word disposed of as waste and replace it with removed. So that sentence will read, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'll just start. Personal property not removed within 72 hours of the date and time the notice is posted may be removed. And the rest will remain the same, and I'll explain it in just a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. So the reason I'm doing that is I really like Mr. Weddleton where he's going with this, specifically talking about protected land uses. And I recognize that in code we already have this 72-hour opportunity. But I think it's really important to call out protected land uses specifically because in our community we do value them, and it is something that the community expects. If somebody pops up, a homeless camp on a school playground, I don't think anybody in my community would wait 72 hours, frankly. I think it would be moved, and it would not be the city moving it. But if we can do things like this where we call out special areas that we recognize as valued in the community, like protected land uses, I think it's important. But I think the case law is very clear, though I don't agree with it. I think it's very clear that we would probably have a problem with this, but I like the amendment overall. So I want to retain the parts about the protected land use, and I think overall it's a good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. I'm going to go to Mr. Gates first if he has a legal point on the specific things we've been talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have about 3 points, if I may.
Well, to be clear, we are now debating Ms. Domboski's amendment to Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Okay. I will comment on that really quickly. If you look at the ordinance 2018-53S on page 3, the current code already has a 72-hour notice provision. Ms. Domboski's suggested amendment to this floor amendment, change disposed of as waste, change to removed. That's already substantially what we have in B1 right now, or BI on page 3, line 21. In ordinance, it says the same thing, 72 hours, then you may remove the items and store them. So I don't really see a difference between changing that, Mr. Weddleton's amendment, and what's currently in code for 72-hour notice.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. We're going to go through the list here now. We're on to Mr. Rivera. We're speaking to Ms. Domboski's amendment, or do you want to? Is this to Ms. Domboski's amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to actually hold my comments
okay.
until we.
I'll leave you in there. Does anyone here want to speak to Ms. Domboski's amendment specifically? Mr. Trainey does. Go ahead, Mr. Trainey.
I'll support this, Amy. I think it's a good idea. Overall, I think, John, we need to have this. My constituents want this. Of all the emails I've got this last week, they want to see this go into effect. So I appreciate Amy's tweaking this. I think it helps us. If we go to court, we go to court. You don't run and hide simply because somebody says they're going to take it to court. Big deal. We have attorneys too. One's sitting over there, and we can hire more. The thing is, the Sullivan administration did not challenge this when it went to the Ninth Circuit, and they should have. So.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Anyone else in this queue to speak to Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Mr. Gates, I think the clarifying point of Ms. Domboski's amendment is to allow the 72 hours legally without the kind of clearly unconstitutional disposed of as a waste piece, but at the same time codify protected land uses that will be prioritized as cleanup areas. These are the areas that we will immediately abate within 72 hours if they show up within 100 feet of these areas. And I think the difference is that, and it makes it clear what our priorities are. And so I think that's a functional difference worth investigating. And I do question if that's something that is legally defensible.
So we have Ms. Wynn Pearson and Mr. Gates in the queue. I didn't see Ms. Wynn Pearson earlier. I'm going to go to her now if she's speaking directly to the amendment
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am speaking directly to the amendment I had a question about the language proposed, because elsewhere in the code where we state that we will remove belongings, we say removed and stored. And is the intent that this is supposed to be a different type of removal? What are we supposed to do? If we're intending to remove and store, then I would just recommend that we further amend the amendment to the amendment to state that the belongings will be removed and stored for consistency with the code, so it's clear that what we're doing is the practice that's already set out in code.
I understood that as the meaning.
That's what I meant to. So since the maker and the second are fine with that, I would just say we're taking that as a friendly.
Right. It doesn't even need to be amended because it hasn't passed. So it's a.
That's what I meant.
It's a. The new language will be removed and stored. That is now the amendment to the amendment that we are debating. Mr. Weldon, do you want to speak to that specifically?
Well, I do, and this is from the legal people, who generally I'm ignoring. Now I'm coming and say, tell me which way to go with this. But we've had some cases where we said if we use a word in one way in one part of the code and a different way in another, that it say, why are you different here? So now we have 72 hours notice, two different places in code. Would that lead to saying, will that weaken us overall? I mean, they'll say, wait a minute, 72 hours notice, but I wasn't 100 feet from a trail, so you can't do that, or is it okay to have both of them in there?
Through the chair, I believe it's fine to have both of them in there. The way this is drafted, it's sort of a 72 hours notice period is an option, and then 72 hours notice, comma, protected land use is another option. Again, I think it's legally redundant because you already have the power to do this, but I do also understand you're crafting this to send a message that this is a priority that you'd like considered. So it's a little confusing, but I don't think it's an issue legally.
Our code might be confusing.
Never.
All right. Okay, so is there any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment? I think against my better judgment, I'm going to speak to this and give this to Mr. Croft.
As the chair, I recommend you don't, but go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Just very briefly, if we amend the amendment this way, I just can't get past the fact that it will then have no legal effect, because this is already in our code that we can remove this and store it within 72 hours. And I know what you're saying about setting these things as priorities, but that strikes me as something that would be more appropriate for a resolution, for example, to direct us to, as we do sometimes, to say, this is where the resources should go, rather than put it in code in a way that, again, isn't, if it passes, we're not changing the law in any appreciable way, except we're adding more words to it, which is a little bit frustrating. But anyway, Mr. Croft, can I have my gavel back, and I'll recognize you. Mr. Croft.
So while legally I think that's right, we had the power to do 72 hours and store anyway, I do think that for the reasons articulated, there's a usefulness to culling out these areas. These are high priority areas, and it sets the stage for us to do other things, or a coded way for us to tell Mr. Rada where to go. So I think we're walking a line here that it does give us some definitions that are useful and some focus that is useful. I know it's not all that Mr. Weddleton wanted, but it also keeps us, I think, from spending $200,000 on lawyers rather than on cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I'm not going to impugn your motives or your actual belief in the things you just said. But okay. Any other debate on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, let's vote on the amendment to the amendment. That passes 7-2. Okay. So now we have Mr. Weddleton's amendment as amended. Any more discussion on that? Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier you had a question about severability, and I wanted to mention to you that we do have a general severability provision in our code at 1 Section 10540. It says sentences, paragraphs, sections can be severable from the rest of the code if they're found invalid. So just as a general point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And now that this has been amended, I don't think it will be challenged because I don't think it changes the law. But thank you for keeping us. The severability thing is good to know. Anyone else wish to speak on this amendment as amended? Okay. Let's vote on Mr. Welton's amendment as amended. That passes unanimously. All right, we are now to the main motion as amended. And is there any further discussion?
Chair,
Yeah, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, I'd like to move Rivera amendment number 1.
Oh, I apologize.
Second.
You go ahead.
Do you guys? Who wants to second?
I won.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. Stemboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I share this with Mr. Weddleton, this amendment's pretty simple. It just changes page 5, section 1. And basically, this goes to the heart of one of the issues that was presented at the last Public Safety Homelessness Committee meeting, which was communicating with the community councils on what exactly is going on. And so of this 12-point plan, this goes to number 11 there, which is to provide reports of what is going on and to be transparent and accountable to the citizens of Anchorage. So this is a pretty simple measure that I think will go a long way to bettering that trust with the community councils and with our residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Trainee?
I'll be supporting this. I think it's something we need to do. Let the community councils know what's happening in their areas. So I appreciate this, Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I don't have my vice chair here to give the gavel. I'm just going to ask this question then of the administration about the practicality of this. How difficult will it be to make these reports in a timely fashion? Is there anyone here who can speak to that?
I think I defer either to Mr. Rada or I think Mr. McCoy is the last man standing from the police department to speak to. I think these notices would likely be distributed by the CAP team or Parks and Recreation. And so this is, I would leave it to them to talk to the administrative how this would actually work.
Mr. Rada, would you like to speak to this?
Through the chair, we've had lengthy discussions on what the process would be. In fact, we had another meeting this afternoon regarding being able to make it more transparent, to put the information on or with links either through the Mayor's Corner, the information on the homeless and housing initiatives, as well as a link then to the Parks and Recreation website, and be able to accurately provide information, not specifics, because we're not getting into specific locations. That was one of the problems from before, but actually putting the information out. So if we're going to work an area, if that's one of the outcomes, then we would disclose that within this time frame, this zone area, whatever it's finally going to be called, would be publicly noticed that way. So people would have access to that information, send it out through the Federation of Community Councils, people would know where to look, and then they would be aware at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Rada. You know, it is at this point CAP team that would be posting the notices because that's who the legal authority is delegated to. But I imagine a time when our parks has an enforcement officer that we can delegate that duty to them at some point. And so the procedures are in development, and it's a conversation that's ongoing at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I'm looking more closely at this text. I did have one question. The way this is drafted, it requires that the Department of Health and Human Services provide notice to the community councils, and I question whether that's intentional, if the intent is for the party involved in posting the camp abatement, because this is the way this is the way that's structured right now. The municipal official responsible for posting, which is in reality the CAP team, passes on the notice that to the appropriate Health and Human Services folks that the put camp has been posted. But I don't know that Health and Human Services is necessarily the right agency to notify the community councils. I don't believe they do any further noticing at this point. I just wonder if that was intentional. And again, I can't speak to what Health and Human Services would think about that, but I don't believe they are at this point doing any noticing themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Mr. Gates, and then I imagine Mr. Rivera wants to speak to that. Mr. Gates?
Yeah, let him go first. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am the drafter of this amendment for Mr. Rivera, and yes, it was intentional. I can't speak as to the wisdom of putting it there rather than the responsible municipal official or the CAP team providing the notice to community councils as opposed to DHHS. So that's a good question for both of those departments.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Rivera, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. I would say that if it does not make sense for the Department of Health and Human Services to be the informer to the community councils, then perhaps the ones that would be the CAP team, I imagine, if it would fall under them or if it would fall under Parks and Rec, I will leave it up to the body to determine which is the best vehicle to use.
I would speak to that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trainee was in the queue, and then Mr. Constant.
We had this issue come before, and we have or their designee on there, and that was determined at that time to be Mr. Rada could be the one doing that. I mean, you've got that catchphrase or designee, so it's not a matter of changing it on here.
No.
They can designate them or the CAP team, either way. As long as the message is taken out there, I don't think we need to really define this thing down.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think that the word is the administration, or the term that should be there. And I think the functional individual that will be doing this as this is implemented is Rosa Salazar, who's been hired in the mayor's office to be the liaison for the community. But I think it isn't for us to dictate which department. Let's just tell the team over there to do it, and then it'll be more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Thank you, through the chair. I was just trying to think of a way to recraft this, because the way it's drafted right now, it very specifically states that it's a requirement of the Department of Health and Human Services to provide the notice. So it seems like to me like the simplest fix would be to move the accountability for notifying the community councils for a zone abatement up to be a responsibility of the municipal official responsible for posting, which is sort of the euphemism that we use throughout this section for whichever designated department is actually doing the posting. That seems like the simplest quick fix, but I admit I'm thinking on the fly, having just started to look at this a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Yeah, I think the danger there is if we write it in that way, it might come across as the literal person has to do both duties, which I don't think is our intention. But I am certainly, I think we are all open to drafting suggestions to make this as flexible and practical as possible. Mr. Constant.
I think that a parallel language would be to strike the Health and Social Services, put the municipal official or designee, which Mr. Trainee recommended, but let's not loop in health in there. Let's keep it at the higher level. So I guess I would move to amend the amendment on Section D, line 2, line 2, the municipal official responsible, and I would strike is directed to inform the director of the Health and Human Service, and then I would also go down to line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and strike the Department of Health and Human Services, and I would say the municipal official or designee.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. I think we need to figure out a little bit more solidly exactly what we're saying before we do get a unanimous consent. So let's, I want to ask Ms. Wynn-Pearson, and also I want someone to read how the language will now read as amended. Because I think there might be a little bit of a grammatical change we need to make. I know. We're going to... Mr. Gates.
Yes, to be quite honest, drafting this way in the floor for a process that none of us are involved in directly or responsible for, I'm a little uncomfortable with. I think this would be fine material for an ordinance, a follow-up ordinance. At the next assembly meeting, we've got language here, but I think actually getting into some detail with DHHS and the CAP team and the other departments, the municipal official who might be a designee and so forth, are details that we just are not really clear on at this point. So that would be my recommendation, is to withdraw this, and I will convert it to an AO from Mr. Rivera.
And I would remove my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Wint-Pearson.
Through the chair, I would just wholeheartedly agree. I think I was going to comment on the amendment may have the inadvertent consequence of removing a step which actually does happen, which is the Health and Human Services actually providing notification to community service agencies. So I do think it is the wiser choice to actually run this proposal by the various interwoven entities that actually control this process and make sure that we're not creating code in this very controversial area where there is a lot of scrutiny to the code that binds us to a process that we don't actually do, or sets up a process that is other than what we are actually doing.
Okay, so now I will turn to Mr. Rivera and ask him if he wants to withdraw his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go ahead and withdraw the amendment and bring it forward again after running through the mill. Thank you.
The second, who was the seconder of the original?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. And discretion is the better part of valor. So we are on to the main motion as amended by the other amendment. Any debate and discussion of this underlying motion? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, it just needs to be said. People think we have a magic wand and we can solve this problem just by swinging our wand. And in fact, this evening we will have gotten rid of illegal campsites in Anchorage. We would have created prohibited campsites, but no more illegal campsites.
Actually, that brings a point.
All right, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon, for bringing that up. One of the important changes in this is the discussion of illegal versus criminal versus prohibited versus unpermitted and all of the labels that we use or could use. And I think we are wisest when we are careful with our words, and the criminalization of a vulnerable people is not what I support, and I believe that this body doesn't support that. And so the intent here is to clarify that we are working hard to clean up and do the right thing for our neighbors and also for our neighbors who are out in the woods. This isn't, and there is no magic wand, as you said, but this isn't to target them, but to promote the public health and the public safety, and also to do a little bit to settle that kind of rage of criminality and just do our part. And so I am grateful for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on Mr. Constant's ordinance? Seeing none, let's vote. That passes unanimously. We are now on to Ms. Dembowski's laid on the table item, which I apologize, I seem to have misplaced. Oh, here it is. Assembly Information Memorandum number AIM 64-2018, an ordinance amending, I see, it's attached to AO 2018-52. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Does it need to be moved? So, I'm sorry. So we need a motion to incorporate.
Move to incorporate AIM number 64-2018.
Moved and seconded. I ask for unanimous approval to incorporate. Seeing no objection, that is incorporated. And now I believe we need a motion to accept or approve. Accept. So now, do we have a motion to accept?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Dembowski, seconded by Mr. Constant. Discussion on the main motion. Ms. Dombrowski.
No, I think I was in the queue from before. I just wanted this to be part of the record.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
It's fine. I mean, we got this at a work session, I think emailed and so on. So what is the value of putting it in the record like this?
Well, I think as I was sidebarring with Mr. Gates before, if people are searching, if they're watching our meeting, if they're historically searching, all the documents are together, which I asked verbally Mr. Wilbur to put on the record. It just makes the record cleaner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski and Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion?
See one thing, Mr. Peterson just noticed at the bottom of the list that East Anchorage has its first marijuana retail license application.
Yes, we do, on Boniface. So, with that, please vote on this item. All right, that has been accepted unanimously. So we are now to audience participation, number 17.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask for a moment of personal privilege? Just for 1 moment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
Thank
Mr. Peterson.
It's sort of an anniversary for me today. 45 years ago today, my plane flew off and I left to join the Peace Corps. And it was a life-changing experience, as I'm sure you know. And anyone that's out there is listening that might be considering signing up for the Peace Corps, I encourage you to do so. You will be challenged, but in the long run, it'll be very good for you, and hopefully you'll be able to help other people as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Good use of the third goal. We are to audience participation. You'll have 3 minutes on an item not addressed today.
Thank you. My name is Ronald Leyva. I did request a meeting with my assemblyman, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Trainee, and Mr. Constant, who represents my business in the district. Just a couple of topics that I would have discussed is I have to admit to some things that I did. And one of them is the Brother Francis shelter had 1-800-JUNK come over, and all their stack of bunks ended up in the back of that junk mobile. So I offered him $50 if he'd bring them over to my lot, where I steam cleaned them and disinfected them with a hospital disinfectant. Now, the Brother Francis shelter went before the Hand Commission and is going to get a $72,000 grant for a new stack of bunks that are a little more stainless steel, makes the bed bugs and lice a little more difficult to crawl out. But the fiberglass plastic stack of bunks, I Googled them, $433 each. They're still in good condition. And I sent out an email that came back to everyone on the homeless committee. If anyone else can use these stack of bunks, probably true, stack of bunks, another homeless shelter, or during an emergency situation, they're still usable. So use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. They're usable, and I have them available. And if you don't want to sleep in them, they make good strawberry beds, so you can use it for that. My admission of guilt is I did tell Mr. Dyson I did the garbage cans along 3rd Avenue, 4th Avenue, and Carlick Street. It reduced the garbage by 90% by putting those garbage cans every 10 yards. I guess if you're holding something and you can walk 3 steps and there's a garbage can, they used it. Now it's to get them emptied, or I don't want to be charged with littering for putting out garbage cans. So that was that. I could tell you the chlorine story, and it's disgraceful. That's all I want to say is I have a level 4 in sewage treatment. I understand biological hazards, kids' kitchen or kids' lunchbox is there, and I know what can happen with fecal material, MRSA, E. coli, total coliform, etc. But the bottom line was It was something that was done, and hey, I think it was in a good safety mode for the health of the area. And I want to be critical of Beans and Brother Francis, because Beans uses lime. That's very caustic. And the worst thing is, they did not protest, both agencies did not protest a supercritical, high-pressure oxidation of toxic waste facilities in that block.
Thank you.
Not a peep out of them.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
Mr.
Rivera.
Constant will verify that.
There are two more people, I believe, waiting to testify.
It's all
Thank
right.
you for
Are
your-
there any questions?
No, there are no questions. Thank you
I'd
for
like
your
to move to
testimony.
extend till
Second.
11:05.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Motion to extend to 11:05. Please, any discussion? Please vote on the motion to extend to 11:05. Hello, sir. It'll come up shortly. Who seconded? Mr. Croft seconded.
Someone.
Oh, Mr. Constant, do you want a second instead? Doesn't matter. Mr. Constant seconded.
Can I make it 11:06?
There it is.
Everybody.
Sorry. Y'all better vote for this now that we've put this much effort into it. Okay, that we have extended to 11:05. Sir, please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from.
My name is Kim Jones, Jones, and I'm born and raised here in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm here because about maybe 6 weeks ago, there was a big front page article that said the mayor had solved the homeless problem by cutting a deal with Cook Inlet Properties, Cook Inlet Housing, and Widener Properties. And that he was going to have all the homeless going to have a place to stay because he worked out this deal with Cook Inlet and Widener Properties. And, there was not much detail other than we've solved the homeless problem. Yay. Let's give him a hand. Now, my concern is I live out in Centennial Village. No one familiar with that is a senior housing complex at the end of Peck Road, and was established as a senior housing project many, many years ago. My building, I signed a lease that said 65 and older, based on income and many other things, but 65 and older. Well, there's a lot of people coming out there now that are not 65 and older. There's a lot of people causing problems all over the area. I have been beaten into a concussion. I have been bear sprayed in the face. I have been threatened, and the police, they'll testify, they're out there every single night. And this process that's happening is not, I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about a whole lot of other seniors out there. And there's a lot of them saying, I'm moving out. I'm out of here because of what's happening. Now, I don't know how, but what our question is who's paying for it? What are the economics of this situation? I have called the mayor's office 5 times. I talked to Jason, some assistant, and he said the mayor was too busy and he couldn't speak to me, but could he help me? And I explained to him that I'm simply wanting to know the economics of this project. And he said, well, Ruth Burke is in charge of this homeless thing, and you need to call her at this number. 5 calls, ladies and gentlemen, all left messages, not receive one call back from this Ruth Burke, who supposedly is going to give me the answers. I want the public, I want the seniors who are having to leave their homes, I want them to know what's going on here. Is Widener getting a $10 million tax break? Because Widener is not going to give away his apartments for free. If you know, Bill, he's not, okay? And Cook Inlet Housing is a non-profit organization. Are they giving theirs away for free? Are there vouchers? What is going on here? And now you are integrating into the community and making it our problem, not the Catholic Church, not Brother Francis, not Beans. You're putting him in our yards and endangering our lives.
So your time has expired. Thank you. But we have questions for you here. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jones, Centennial Village is in Mr. Dunbar in my district. This is the first time I've heard of this problem. I'm not aware that the homeless are being relocated to your building. We will attempt to find that out. But if you know of people who are assaulting other individuals, we need to get the police department involved because that obviously is illegal.
There's been a police report on every incident, and the police tell us that they are backed up to February with their reports. They are unable to put out a current police report because they're backed up to February.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple things, sir. Nobody stated at the meeting where they discussed this Pathway to Independence project that you're referring that we've solved homelessness or that we would house all homeless people. That was not what was said. I was in the room. What was said was that they're going to take 40 people off of the streets that are kind of a low acuity need group of individuals. Widener, Cook Inlet, and 40 other funders are working together to provide those beds. And so it's sadly not the solution, but it's a small part of the effort. And I'm sorry that you didn't get a response about that, but I'm sure Mr. Peterson or someone can get information from Ms. Burke to you about the specifics of it. But I promise you they didn't say they were going to solve homelessness because they're not miracle workers.
Okay, well, Cook Inlet Housing has taken upon themselves to persecute me for my investigation into this matter. Now, not getting a call back from anybody to try and explain to not only me, but all the other seniors out there what's happening, who's paying, how are they, is this like Mr. Widener going to get a big tax cut, or is he going to get also vouchers, or how is this working?
Point of order, we have one other speaker and we have just a few moments. I think Mr. Peterson can get all those answers to you. We had a work session on it. It was very concise. And I'd like to hear the next speaker who's been very patient.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Mr. Trainee is in the queue.
Thank you. Chief McCoy, can you give us a breakdown? Send us an email on this report forms down at Centennial Village. We just want to know what the size of the problem is, if you would, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Sir, there are no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. We have one more. Actually, is there anyone else who would like to testify? No? Would you like to testify? You waited this whole time. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please.
So I'd move to extend another 5 minutes.
Okay. We now have a motion to extend till 11:10. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Give the clerk a moment here. It was moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. LaFrance.
Are you waiting for me?
No, I'm sorry. We're having a technical issue here. Okay, here we go.
But you can come up.
Yes, please come up. All right, we are now extended to 11:10. All right, sir, please state your name for the record and where you're from.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel David Swendeman. I've been in Anchorage since '82. I've called it home since '88. Current address is West Anchorage, and I'm here specifically to bring some key elements to resolving a lot of crises that face the municipality of Anchorage and other places like it around the country. And I have extensive experience with crisis intervention, FedEx, U.S. Marine Corps, Search and Rescue International, the state of Alaska, and I see really simple, viable solutions for the homeless situation and entirely new, innovative ways for the bodies like this to be more effective in carrying out their job, their mission, particularly by tapping in a completely untapped resource, the most valuable resource, natural resource that we have to provide for the basic needs of the city, and that is the people themselves, and the homeless people in particular. So by the end of this 3 minutes, I want to have encouraged or inspired someone on the board to make a motion and a second and a favorable vote for a measure to enact an immediate, an emergency encampment that can serve as a model of sustainability for the homeless people, for the city, and for the city to serve as a model for other municipalities to implement available solutions. Without any expense on the part of the city and with no liability, our nonprofit wants to engage this emergency encampment and document its effectiveness and then share that far and wide, including bringing tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of revenue, hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue into the city through proven methods, particularly 21st century film industry, completely untapped way for a municipality to make money. The FAA is the only government organization that I know of that actually generates more than it spends. And by following existing models, both ancient and modern, FedEx, and so many other different proven methods can be applied here by this body. And the task force I see being a small group of people that address specific concerns, address the concerns, solve the issues, and with follow-through documented, specifically a weekly series, a motion picture, and we can do away with taxes, and we can do away with a lot of these crisis situations that have solutions. But often people in positions of leadership are not the people that come up with the ideas, nor are they the people to execute. Your job is to manage the city, which consists of all these people and all of these problems and all these solutions. So I see an encampment on municipal land leased by our nonprofit as what I consider to be a certain solution and documentable and reproducible on a far and wide scale. More agriculture, more media, more manufacturing, and in keeping with the president's Making America Great Again, having the forgotten people take bold action, and I'm here to lead that effort. Since '99, I've been homeless, and I understand the situation on a street level.
Thank you. Are there any questions for, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name.
Swendeman.
Swendeman?
Swendeman.
Okay. There don't appear to be any questions. Oh, there's one from Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton.
We got all kinds of time now. I would invite you to come at 11 o'clock tomorrow to City Hall, room 155, to the Mayor's Conference Room on the 8th floor, to the Homeless Committee meeting.
11 a.m. I'll be there.
11 a.m. tomorrow, City Hall, 8th floor.
All right, appreciate it.
12 hours from now.
All right, looking forward to it.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We only have 2 minutes, Mr. Darden.
30 seconds.
Okay.
David Darden, Lakehurst Circle. I just wanted to apologize to the Assembly and the people of Anchorage for my behavior at the Assembly meeting. It was late January, early February 2017. I had incurred a mild traumatic brain injury, and my behavior over the next few months was socially unacceptable at that meeting as well. And so I apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Darden.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Okay, with that, let's see. I think that's it, right? Oh, there's time for Assembly member comments. Would anyone like to make a comment?
Second.
Moved and second, unanimous consent. All right, we're adjourned.